You said the world needs power, I won't disagree. There's heat in the ground and the wind runs free. You call nuclear the future, but it won't power itself. Nuclear relies on coal more than coal needs itself. You said crypto was coming and demand would explode, that AI would load what the grid couldn't hold. But SMRs stay delayed, no ground ever breaks, and the public pays out while the promise remakes. You said it's the hour, but the plan's still the same. The technology is analog from the Cold War days. There's no place for the waste, and yuccas refused. Vented dry cast containers become the only refuge. Hello.
Feel free to call in, 709-589, if you're...
You say you lead the charge with a federal hand. Would you vote Price Anderson or stand with the land? You call it advanced, but the cycle's well known. Still chasing a fuel that should have stayed in the stone.
James Lucid on YouTube. Most likely play the whole song. Still more to it than that. Well, it's got 14 views. I've had it on the loop for a while earlier today. Still never get no views. It's really good stuff, man. Wow. Absolutely just stunned by how good that song is. And James Lucid produced more anti-nuclear music than the entire planet combined. Buddy, that's some record to have in history, I'll tell you that. Ice water from a copper cup. Oh crap, here we go again. Harvard University. I've done this video 12 years ago, 13 years ago or something. I don't remember anymore. We covered Harvard, Yale, Stanford, Oxford. Well, not covered them, but we went through their presentation, and then if we find them being dishonest, to be polite, we'll provide you with the documentation. We'll provide you with the documentation for those assertions. Unlike what they're doing, they don't show you any documentation. I don't believe in criticizing people anyway, but you know, and particularly with an incredible amount of pedigree and degrees, without having the latitude of providing documentation for my assertions, right? I don't want to smear somebody on. That's what's being done to me, though, with Operation Long Jump. Japan's government is in full mode of Operation Long Jump against me. It's dedicated to destroy my credibility, my reputation, and my safety. I don't feel safe anymore because what the industry done, but I'm not going away. And 6 years of field studies post-Fukushima. You can call in at 709-589-4406. A relatively simple, honest poll. Did Harvard misrepresent the severity of the Fukushima meltdowns to protect the university's nuclear interest, among many, many, many other facets, right? That's the narrative we're going to challenge today. I'm going to go into the big shot.
Hello, I'm Dr. Jennifer Leaning. I'm director of the Harvard University FXB Center for Health and Human Rights at the Harvard School of Public Health. And I teach at the School of Public Health on disasters and human rights.
Oh, you teach human rights, do you? Well, ain't that something? You don't think you should practice what you preach?
I will moderate today's discussion.
Let me chop that off. So, what did we do the last time? I don't remember. We do so much, so often. We done MIT last show. It was an hour video like this, and it took us 2 hours to provide you with the documentation to show you that they not only misrepresented, that they sentenced humanity to a brutal demise, and the 8 million species. It's just, they're the best. They're the best. They're the shakers and movers. They're the elite. That's what they were in suits.
Last Friday, March 11th, 2011.
I'm going to keep interrupting you the whole way through anyway. But I'm going to be adjusting the volume, same as with MIT, and the same with the rest of them that I cover. This is 14 years ago. This was March the 18th. You'll get all the details as we go
A
through
catastrophic earthquake that struck Japan also resulted in a vast tsunami engulfing parts of Japan's coastline. That same day, a state of emergency was declared at the Fukushima nuclear power facility, which has subsequently experienced several explosions and fires. More than 3,600 people are confirmed dead, and thousands more are still missing. Large numbers of people have been evacuated from the disaster area, including surrounding the nuclear power plants as a disaster zone.
Large people evacuated, including the disaster zone. Just give me a minute. I want to check the volume on the inside, because this 14-year-old YouTube, very low quality, right? And each of them got different volumes, and it's not my fault. Don't blame me, because I have to stop and adjust things to equal my volume. My volume is not very loud, so I'm going to bring my volume up to make sure, a little bit louder anyway, to make sure everybody, I'll try to keep an eye on the comments section. Hi everybody, welcome. And we're off. It's basically going to take the same as the last video or more. Hope not, but we'll see. Depending on how many lies. I'm going to challenge around truthfulness.
And are reported to be in dire need of food and water and other supplies. Radiation releases from the nuclear power plants are continuing.
Well, that's a really interesting way to frame it. Are continuing. So this is on the 18th that they posted this. So this has already happened. All the reactors have detonated. And this is Harvard University. They're not naive. They're not gullible. They're not. They got the experts. They got the best of the best. They've seen everything I'm going to show you. They've seen it. And this picture came out on the 15th. So like if reactor 1, 2, 3, and 4 up in the corner, at the top of each of the buildings were 8 reactor cores. Once we start rolling, this will go pretty smooth, but because you're doing an audit of the most prestigious institutions on the planet, you can't rush this stuff. You can't be satisfied by not providing the documentation. You can't go insulting people without providing the documentation. This is Frank von Hippel, professor, and he's going to explain to you separately. Now, this was March the 16th. They were panicking worldwide, and so on March the 16th, I had this revelation that's normally I don't think you'll ever see it again.
And if, in terms of what we know,
my apologies, forgot what I'd done to accommodate to Harvard.
about the capacity,
Let me do that again on it. I'll be on top of it from here on.
And if, in terms of what we know about the capacity, about how many fuel rods would likely be inside that reactor, what sort of quantity are we talking about radioactivity?
I've heard
Now, you're talking about reactor 4.
different numbers, ranging from 2 to 15 reactor cores worth. No, 2 to about 8 reactor cores worth.
So if it can't be controlled, that's worst case scenario, 8 reactors worth of radioactivity.
Right.
So at the top of each of the reactor buildings, this is the reactor 4. So this is 2013. I'll just give you some quick context. The fuel pools there's 2 of them at the top of the buildings. And because you don't have a repository anywhere on the planet, let alone in Japan, that's where they were holding the inventories, which is decades of reactor cores. These were 190-foot, 65-meter, 19-story buildings. 19-story buildings. Hello. Hang on there. Oh, that was Countdown Charlie, Operation Long Jump, the Japanese government. They had used a different voice to start off. They said, you heard somebody else. It was my voice going, hello? And then Countdown Charlie jumped in. It was interesting. Let's keep going here. Like, I don't feel safe anymore in my home because of what they got done to me. It's really, it was really something. Let me fix this. There we go. That's Operation Long Jump. Long Jump is to destroy. This is strictly against me, and we have the videos. You'll find them on my site. I've already called into the live show and told me Operation Long Jump with the Tokyo government, or with the Japan government. All right, so reactor 4 clearly is gone. The entire building's gone. Reactor 3, same thing. Clearly, I mean, this is not up for debate. So there's 4 buildings with these particular attributes. So that's 18 reactor cores in the 2 buildings. This isn't, the loss is not up for debate, and they didn't have a repository, so where else was the fuel? It wasn't in the common spent fuel pool, which was on the same street, right behind reactor 3 and 4, on the same level, but it's not as tall, and tsunami ran right through that facility too, and here we go again. We'll get on
This
track
combination of crises is absolutely unprecedented. This forum will examine the response to the earthquake, tsunami, and nuclear crisis in Japan, disaster leadership in action.
I was laughing. I would start that off again. I was reading, going through the comments for a section. I seen James Lucid, who done that song, by the way, go Operation Long Jump, which was a comment I had used when he called in, right? I was Operation Long Jump, and he's like, Operation Long Jump. I said, Long Jump, Long Jump. And he was really upset with me, right? I forgot about it. That was hilarious. Let's try again. We'll get there.
This combination of crises is absolutely unprecedented.
It's unprecedented. Well, each building had 8 reactor cores, so each of these reactor cores were pure uranium, pure plutonium. Chernobyl was brutal, but it was a graphite reactor. Now, don't get me wrong, they closed 9,400 farms in Ireland, Scotland, United Kingdom. 600 of the helicopter pilots died. They all died. And she'll actually talk about that coming up. Okay, I'll calm down. Hang on.
This forum will examine the response to the earthquake,
See what I mean by the volume
tsunami,
changing?
and nuclear crisis in Japan, disaster leadership in action. I'm very pleased to introduce our panelists for today.
Now I'm playing the whole video. I'm not going to leave nothing out. There's a link below to the video too. So nobody can accuse me of chopping stuff out for context, because that's one of their favorite games over the 23 years I've been doing this. Nobody's going to challenge me, right? There's nobody from Harvard or Stanford, anybody else, MIT is going to challenge me. You can't beat the truth, right?
They will speak in the order that I am
the easiest
introducing
job
them.
on the planet, tell the truth.
After they speak,
So they're going to speak. She's going to introduce them into the order that they're going to speak, and after they speak, the seated audience is going to ask great questions, or in the context of for the industry, and we're going to try to. We'll provide you the documentations for any of my assertions.
after the panel has had a chance to talk and ask questions among themselves, we will open the floor for questions from the audience. Dr. Mike VanRooyen is an associate professor at the Harvard School of Public Health and at Harvard Medical School. He is a practicing emergency physician at Brigham and Women's Hospital and the director of the Harvard Humanitarian Initiative. Dr. Gordon Thompson is a plasma physicist and is the executive director of the Institute for Resource and Security Studies here in Cambridge. He is an expert in issues of nuclear radiation from nuclear power plant disasters. Professor Michael Reich is the Taro Takimi Professor of International Health Policy in the Department of Global Health and Population here at the Harvard School of Public Health, and he is an authority on the political and social issues in Japan and has particular expertise in Japanese experience with disasters. And joining us on the line from Tokyo is Dr. Takashi Nagata. He is an emergency physician who has been involved with the Japanese Medical Association in providing direct relief to the survivors who have been evacuated from the acute disaster zones in Japan.
I just want to chop that off and put it right here where I can refer to it for their names and pedigrees if I want to. All right, here we go again. So, let me go through this again.
They will speak in the order that I am introducing them. After they speak, and after the panel has had a chance to talk and ask questions among themselves, we will open the floor for questions from the audience.
Well, this is not an audience. This is hand-picked handful of people. This is not like an auditorium or something. This is just a handful of people. It's totally scripted for the most part.
Dr. Mike VanRooyen is an associate professor at the Harvard School of Public Health and at Harvard Medical School. He is a practicing emergency physician at Brigham and Women's Hospital and the director of the Harvard Humanitarian Initiative.
Oh.
Dr. Gordon Thompson is a
I like him. The guy to your left shouldn't probably be there.
plasma physicist and is the executive
This guy,
director of the
definitely.
Institute for Resource and Security Studies here in Cambridge.
I like him.
He is an expert in issues of nuclear radiation from nuclear power plant disasters. Professor
Let me split that so I can find my way back.
Michael Reich is the Taro Takimi Professor of International Health Policy in
Why is he
the
there?
Department of Global Health and Population here at the Harvard School of Public Health. And he is an authority on the political and social issues in Japan and has particular expertise in Japanese experience with disasters.
Right, so clearly they're not here to tell you about Fukushima nuclear meltdown, right? Let's keep going.
Thank you. Dr. Mike VanRooyen.
Thank you, Jennifer. I'd like to begin
Look at her face that time.
this discussion to talk a little bit about the unique characteristics of an earthquake on a populated coastal region and the superimposed tsunami, and then the rest of the panelists will comment on kind of radiation issues more, I guess, completely. We are now entering a stage at the relief process, or the stage of relief into recovery, that relief workers have to face the fact that now 6 days later the operation needs to really start to look at the unlikely event of finding survivors and moving towards recovery. This is a delicate process, and it needs to be done with sensitivity, but also to address the physical needs of the nearly 500,000 displaced people. And they are significant material needs. The magnitude of this earthquake, a 9.0 magnitude earthquake, the destruction that it caused and the resulting tsunami has created a level of displacement and material loss that is unprecedented along the Japanese coastline.
It's not unprecedented at all. They got a 3,000-year legacy of earthquakes right there. They're right on the tectonic plates, per se, right? They're all the plants are less than 100 kilometers from the tectonic plates. There's a 3,000-year legacy of tsunamis and earthquakes. They're on the ring of fire. On top of that, they have tsunami warnings 300 feet up from hundreds of years ago. Nobody knows who exactly put it there, saying don't build your homes below this level. They built why would you build the nuclear plants and put the 8 reactor cores at the top of each of the buildings in this configuration? Why would you do that? Unless you wanted this to happen.
It will be an important feature now moving forward to address those material needs in a sensitive way. Material needs like water and food and sanitation and appropriate housing, particularly in cold weather that people are experiencing now. And other needs such as psychosocial needs and communication needs, so that people can be in touch with their families and be in touch with their loved ones, and to notify them that they are indeed alive and are able to communicate. I think that there's some important lessons for disaster responders as international experts as well. This is a very unique emergency in many ways, not only because of the radiation issues, but also because of the nature of Japan as a society and its level of preparedness. Japanese preparedness in this sense is probably the best in the world. And without that level of preparedness, the mortality and morbidity would have been significantly worse.
Let's start off with that one, I suppose. Who's this guy again? He's oh, that's the last one. I screwed up, did I? He was the second one. I don't know. I thought I had that figured out. So, this is the plume after 20 days. The whole planet is covered. This is a plume after 23 days. This is the French government. 1 million to 10 million times pre-Fukushima per square cubic meter of air of cesium-137. Now, all of them would have been aware that this is how that's going to play out. Every one of them on that stage. Right? They've seen these pictures. And they're very grainy because you're at a nuclear meltdown on day one. Cameras don't work. This is another picture of 3 and 4. Remember, 1, 2, 3, and 4 all lost their entire inventories. And they're all those ducks are in a row. But they all seen this, right? They all knew this was radioactive fallout for the entire planet. You can't protect the country. It doesn't matter how prepared you are. Paper suits don't work. Masks don't work. And these people are not naive, not gullible. They're completely aware of everything, plus so much more than I'm telling you today.
I think that relief organizations, as they prepare to work in this area, need to be aware of the.
I've seen this. I got other presentations from each of the institutions, the biggest shakers and movers, and he had I'm not saying he's any of these are total bad guys, quite shit. What I am saying is they're clearly scripted and they're controlling. They don't want to say anything that is going to cause a panic. These presentations that they're doing are not for me and you. They're for your your journalists that are going to come out and cut your throat, right? That's who they're actually for. To give them a narrative that will pacify the population without damaging the nuclear industry per se.
The difficulties in accessing locations and areas, the difficulty in working in an area that is culturally and linguistically very different, and also the requirement for relief personnel to really be experts in their field. So you'll find, for example, that relief organizations, UN entities, and other international bodies seeking to provide services need to do so in a very targeted, appropriate, professional way. This is not the place to send generalists, for example.
You got 500,000 people in that area has got to evacuate. Double check. Yeah. You got 500,000 people in that area that need to evacuate, are evacuating. This is day 18, so you got 500,000 people evacuated. The tsunami stripped the coast of like there's 2,000 square miles of debris. Was out in the Pacific, the size of Texas. It was an enormous distance of the coastline.
Example.
And so he's not really. He's trying to treat it as an industrial accident.
So in the days and weeks to come, as the operation moves,
Instead of a nuclear meltdown. Nuclear meltdowns are different because you don't want to breathe this stuff into your lungs. It sequesters in your muscles, your organs, your bones. Your body's attacking it for the rest of your life.
from relief
Blood cells.
and search and rescue into recovery, and particularly providing
waste down.
moving rubble to provide access. It will be important to provide the right level of expertise and the appropriate personnel to assist in this time of crisis.
Thank you, Mike. Gordon.
Thank you, Dr.
Wow,
Bang.
I'm so educated.
I'll speak about the nuclear.
Adjust the volume. Everybody got different volumes. Because Harvard is so good at what they do. The best on the planet, Dana. I know.
Nuclear part of the emergency,
I'll
focusing
adjust
on the Fukushima Daiichi plant, number 1 station. This station has 6 operating nuclear power plants and 2 under construction. Of the 6 operational plants, 3 were operating at the time of the earthquake, and 3 were under planned maintenance.
And so maintenance, typically each reactor is going to get 12,000 different types of maintenances. They're going to bring in 1,400 extra people that are not in the nuclear industry because they're going to get the big radiation doses. And long term, you don't see this massive climb of illnesses and diseases because you brought in external workforces, right? Well, and this is done typically every 14 months or something. You take a bunch of the fuel out and you put it in the fuel pools.
The entire station is in a situation called station blackout, where normal electricity supplies have been lost. The cores of the 3 reactors that were operating are all damaged. The reactor buildings in each case are damaged, and the containment vessels in 2 of those plants are damaged.
So he's saying, like, what does he mean by damaged, breached? Instead of saying breached, he's saying damaged?
Unit number 4 has damage to its reactor building and to the spent fuel pool, where fuel was removed from the reactor for maintenance purposes.
I didn't say it was perfect. I said I like them. So hang on. So let me show you the buildings again. Reactor 3 clearly is gone at that point, right? Reactor 4 to your left is clearly gone. It's gone. It's not damage. it cooked off. These were 19-story. Think of 19-story apartment buildings. Think of the destruction across the country. Think about the fact that the tsunami ran right through the site at 500 miles per hour. There's no more going in, turning valves. There's nothing going to be functional. Not even an outlet. There's nothing. Not even a door is going to be functional when this ran through the site, and it did. It ran through the country. Remember, these are nuclear meltdowns. So they ejected the reactor cores. This is reactor 3, reactor 4. The fuel pulls right out of the buildings. So you're not going in there and doing nothing. Doesn't matter how brave or stoic, your organs melt within a few minutes and liquefy, which means you died. And it's a pretty rough way to go out, right? It really did happen. The food was banned by 55 countries in 14 prefectures, not just Fukushima. This was a catastrophic event, and everybody at Harvard could have easily, accurately predicted everything because they're the experts.
Releases up to now have been relatively small.
That's the 18th. Not like, what do you mean relatively small? To this point, all the reactors have already detonated. They're aware of that. You know, this was out there on March the 15th. And this was out there, and I mean, it was out there, everywhere. Every academic on the planet spent a lot of times in reflection staring at that particular picture amongst many others. France's study on the plume, I'll bring it up to the 18th. There's the 18th. On the 18th, United States is starting to be buried in radioactive fallout. United States is under siege at this moment. Let me show it to you. Make sure that you can. Some people don't know much about maps and that. That's United States coastline right there. And then watch what happens over 10 days. Let's go 10 days to the 21st. Let's go to 20 days. This is the French government. That's 20 days. There is not a single nuclear academic on the entire planet that didn't run that model and say, oh shit.
However, the potential exists for a much larger release. This potential will exist.
It's all gone.
For days to come and perhaps weeks.
Perhaps weeks. The reactors blew up right away. The fuel pools detonated at the top of the buildings. The biggest part of the inventory is going to be released in the first. And like what's going to be released after is hellish. But that first week was a pulse event. We had 36 reactor cores released and burnt off, and some of it went China syndrome. The majority of it was released into the environment. They actually kicked out the fuel pools and the reactor cores of the buildings, and this is why they're so solemn.
However, the potential exists for a much larger release. This potential will exist for days to come and perhaps weeks to come until the reactors are fully stabilized and made safe.
That's an unbelievable lie. These reactors are never going to be made safe because they don't exist. Now, the media come out and tell you that they're at the top of reactor 4 in 2013. That's when I made this video.
Where I'm standing is on top of what used to be reactor building number 4. The whole of this building was blown apart by a huge explosion.
We are here inside reactor 4 at the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant.
And I can show you 24 medias that done the same thing, where they claim they're on top of the building to the left. Right, they claim that they're on top of this building right here, 150 feet above it. Like, it's total corruption. It's total corruption. There's still left about Operation Long Jeff. Because Countdown Charlie, who announced Operation Long Jump against me, right, by the Japanese government, and now they've destroyed me. They got me destroyed, but I feel that if I go away, nobody's going to fill in the spot. So I have no choice but to fight for humanity because they're not going to. But he does, out of every scumbag out there, he's one of the better ones. I'll show you why.
If a large release occurs, it will take the form of an atmospheric plume which travels downwind.
Look how solemn he is, like he's got a stick up his friggin' arse or something. Here's what the actual plume model is. This is the French government. This is not a conjecture or opinion. This is not a projection. This is a fact. I'll show you that documentation too. This is based on 30 days of radioactive fallout of cesium-137. I'll show you that documentation in a second. At 1 million to 10 million times pre-Fukushima levels. It doesn't travel downwind. It covers the whole planet. That was 30 days. This model is 8 days. The cesium-137 at 1 million to 10 million atoms. Well, 10 million times pre-Fukushima radioactive fallout background levels from weapons, right? Which was your nuclear wars. Same bomb, same fallout. Radiation levels in the United States West Coast spiked over 1 million times normal after Fukushima. Over 1 million times normal. I had the volume in the wrong spot, sorry. 1 million times to 10 million times normal, which is pre-Fukushima radioactive fallout. So it could be 30 million atoms of cesium-137 per cubic meter of air, and a single atom will pulse energy 600 feet every second. So imagine an invisible plume. Now this will also saturate the thyroid glands of all the birds and insects, mammals and animals and humans. So they're producing radioactive hormones for at least 150 million years. How's that going to play out, I wonder? The plume had already been released. The reactors are already gone, so we'll give Gordon an F.
The way in which this causes harm to people is, firstly, as the plume passes overhead, people receive radiation, whole body radiation equivalent to X-rays from the passing cloud. Also, radioactive material is deposited on the ground and other surfaces, and people remaining in that location are further exposed. In addition, if a person inhales...
Remains on the ground and on the surface. As I showed you, the plume covered the entire planet. The surface, on the ground, on everything else. Airborne. Every species was immediately catastrophically compromised.
Material from the passing cloud, they're subject to internal irradiation, and the thyroid gland is a notable example of that.
And by the way, once you irradiate the thyroid glands with these just unmitigated amounts, because it's not just iodine, any gamma is going to go into the thyroid, right? But it doesn't need to be in the thyroid to irradiate the thyroid gland. It could be in proximity, it'll still irradiate it. So that's, you can't do that without having your skeleton in the same boat. So think of every species is now forever going to be dealing with, radioactive hormones and radioactive stem cells. Don't think for a second it stops right there, but these two particular attributes are the regulatory functions of every species are now compromised or catastrophically damaged and compromised and under siege. This stuff pulses energy at the speed of light in every direction, each and single every atom. You can see how solemn he is as he's telling this story. Now he would be rather upset, like I am, and have been, if he was allowed to have any freedom.
The actions that one can take to protect oneself are
none.
To evacuate, that is to get beyond the reach of the plume.
To get out of the madness zone, you got to leave Japan. And they did, in droves.
To shelter if the plume passes.
Because the original plume that's coming through, yeah, you might have to shelter for a day or something, but you've got to get out of there. You can't stay there after that. But that original plume, when it's coming through...
And if...
well, because you'll leave all these dead people everywhere, and the only thing that can explain it is a radioactive plume. So they're like, get in your house, you're going to destroy the nuclear industry. They don't care about them.
the plume is passing, to have some form of respiratory protection. Even a towel, a wet towel, will be a major protection in that case. And to protect the thyroid gland, take potassium iodide tablets.
That's not going to help you in this situation.
It's not clear.
You got to take it long before it happens. Hang on. You got to take the potassium iodate long before the event. It's generally just going to displace iodine in your thyroid. The iodine's still going to go everywhere, and alongside the thyroid, the pituitary, the adrenaline.
If any of these steps are going to be needed over the coming days and weeks. If these steps do need to be taken, they'll have to be taken very quickly.
Again, they're not acknowledging it, that it happened, right? They're telling a story like something that if it did happen, right? There's no urgency. Well, you're on day 8. This is March the 18th. All the reactors have detonated. There was 8 fuel pools with 4 reactor cores in each of them gone, and 4 reactor cores gone. There's 36 reactor cores. Each reactor core, because it's pure uranium, pure plutonium, is equal to about 100 Chernobyls. Chernobyl was brutal. Not just in Chernobyl, but like I say, in the United Kingdom, they closed 9,000 farms. Switzerland closed its fresh water for 30 years, but after Fukushima said, to hell with it, who cares?
Because a release could occur with very little warning, and then, depending on the wind...
A release could occur with very little warnings. Again, talking in future tenses instead of what would have been appropriately past tense. Like, to pretend that wasn't happening, these people should lose their degrees. They should definitely serve jail time. They should definitely not be allowed to function in society. They shouldn't be allowed to ever, under any circumstances, hold a key position anywhere on the planet or any kind of a position of authority after abusing humanity like they do.
Speed and direction, people could be quickly exposed. Doses at the site boundary have varied dramatically.
No, they didn't very dramatically, did they? You had detonations. And remember, the gate is southeast. It's a long way away from the meltdowns. Not that that matters, but they always use that, right?
Speed and direction, people could be quickly exposed.
Do it again.
Speed and direction, people could be quickly exposed. Doses at the site boundary have varied dramatically. At 1100 hours local time on the 16th, that is today.
Oh, that's right. They posted it on the 18th, according to YouTube. My apologies. Well, the 16th, all the reactors were gone. No, that's... I'll show you a picture of the 15th. Right, so on the 16th, everything was already gone.
The dose rate at the site boundary was about 340 millirems per hour.
Again, this is not being helpful using the words millirems. right, in the context of, we're talking about the airborne particulates. Yeah, they're applicable, but they're only measuring gammas, not measuring alphas, neutrons, and betas.
That's a relatively modest dose. Higher doses have been observed. You'll see on the slide available here an explanation of doses. This is a relatively complex matter. I hope we can keep that up during the dialogue to show people. Thank you.
Thank you, Gordon. Michael.
Thank you, Jennifer. I think that I'd like to talk about the human dimensions of this tragedy in Japan. It's in some ways remarkable that it's only been 5 days, and the extent of the destruction is something that is just totally difficult for all of us to comprehend. So I'd like to make first 2 points. The first point, as Jennifer said, is this is 3 different disasters: the tsunami, the earthquake, and the nuclear. It's actually created a whole cascade of crises. So it's created social crises, entire villages have been wiped away. It's created grief crises for individuals, as individuals have lost family members that they tried to save. It's created economic crises in terms of the inability to get different parts of the Japanese economy going again. It's created pure human nutrition crises. People can't get food, they can't get shelter, they can't get safe water.
Because the whole country was irradiated. And another problem is because they're being polluted with such a heavy toxicity of radioactive fallout, they won't be able to uptake nutrition either, right? Because, same as radiation therapy victims. I'm only laughing because it's the gallows laugh. It's an involuntary laugh, calling it therapy. When you use radiation on people, you give them tumors everywhere else. It might take months, years, or even a decade to manifest, but it's gonna. Well, if you're being beamed with radiation, you're not going to live a decade typically, right? 3% maybe. 5 years is your limit once they get hold of you.
And it's creating also psychological crises. One of the natures of nuclear disaster is that it is an invisible contamination. You can't see it.
Or smell it, or hear it, or feel it, or taste it, or touch it, or perceive it. It's not like what he's saying there is, and they've done a lot of that. He's saying that people are worried about something that won't happen, right? They're overblown fears, right? There's all kinds of studies like that, by the way, where they said people were radiophobia. Turns out they were right. And turns out that the academics knew the difference. Now remember, this guy is not a nuclear expert. He's not a nuclear expert at all. And so clearly he would have told this lie before to mitigate other accidents.
And you can't perceive it. It's not tangible. That has to be seen in the context of Japan's history as the only country in the world that has suffered the tragedies of nuclear bombs, two nuclear bombs in Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
The victims of Nagasaki and Hiroshima, and the majority they rebuilt the city back at ground zero. We've never seen anything like that before. They don't build cities in any other bomb craters worldwide. They wanted to keep the victims there so they can study them like lab rats, which is what they've done, each and any generation of them. But if you look at the Soviet Union's biggest bomb, or like the Marshallese, for instance, with Castle Bravo, the Soviet Union's biggest nuclear weapon was 3,800 Nagasaki bombs going off at the same time. That's massive amount of nuclear wars, numbers we're talking about, right? The victims of Nagasaki and Hiroshima, by the way, were denied health care for radiation internal doses. And Prime Minister Suga, a couple of years ago, there were like 70 survivors left. They decided to give them health care after 74 years. They refused to acknowledge that people were breathing in radiation. So invoking that, I disrespect them.
So managing all of these different crises at the same time would be a difficult challenge for any government. Japan currently has a party in power, which is the Democratic Party of Japan, which is relatively new in power.
But they have the universities they can count on to come out with videos like this, so the media can cut everybody's throats with propaganda, right?
And a prime minister
that they got from these videos,
who was
dishonestly
somewhat in a shaky position even before the crisis.
NATO Khan.
So it is a very difficult moment in Japan's history to handle this level of disaster. The second point that I wanted to make is the importance of
questions
social
and
trust.
answers are coming up.
So this is one of the underpinnings of responding to disaster, is to be able to depend on an ability of people to trust their neighbors, to trust what they hear and respond in.
To trust what they hear. So people are listening to him right now on day 5, well, day 6, March the 16th. Like the incredible hubris for him to even go there. Ex-German, he's from German, is he?
In appropriate ways. One of the things that has happened with this disaster and in previous history is a lack of trust that is spreading.
Well, the lack of trust is deserved because the universities and the medias work together to claim this never even happened. They're claiming this never happened. Do you get what they're doing? They're claiming this never happened. They're saying this, like what he's doing. He's trying to stress the radiophobia. When radiophobia is clearly warranted. There is no safe level. The International Atomic Energy Agencies is using natural stuff instead of man-made as their scale.
In Japan, both with regard to the government as well as with regard to the company that was responsible for the power plants, the Tokyo Electric Power Company.
Why, like a company has a charter given to it by the government is the people of the country. That's been taken over clearly, right? But the charter was that if you had a corrupt corporation, then you could arrest them and you can liquidate their assets to pay restitution, outstanding debt, etc., right? There was accountability. He's saying that you had to grovel to the captured industries, governments, and you can't question the corporation, the people that caused it, who are not. They don't build reactors. They're not decommissioning authorities, right? They shouldn't be in that conversation. They were nationalized right away and went bankrupt.
In some sense, that's natural. People want to protect their families.
Well, there's no natural multiple reactors melting down in history. Right, they had every right to be concerned. They have even more right to be concerned that you're still in business, that you haven't been held accountable, that the crimes you committed against humanity you're getting away with when that's completely unacceptable.
There is hoarding. People are buying up food.
As if they shouldn't. Nothing will be safe after a nuclear meltdown forever.
Water in Tokyo, in other cities. But one of the challenges that exists in responding to this multiple level of crises is to recreate social trust in Japan.
Look at him like he's angry that he's not. If he was in Japan in the nuclear no-go zone now, but where people are told to shelter in place, and he was doing the interview, I wonder how his attitude would have been. Why be so hubris, so much pompous?
And that's
because it's meant to intimidate people that are watching this, and to give the journalists this attitude when they write their stories, right? So the journalist will write it with the same hubris that he's
something that the public authorities and the private authorities are going to need to struggle with, both in the short term as well as the long term.
Like, really, man. So he's saying long term you have to deny anything that happened. That was disgusting. It gets worse.
Thank you, Michael. And now if we could turn to Dr. Nagata.
Yes.
Takashi, I know that you have been...
Sorry, and this is what I mean. The volumes will just spike. Okay. Siri. Shut up, Siri.
Working very hard and have not had very much sleep. So it is wonderful of you to join us from Tokyo. Please, could you talk to us?
Could you sell out your country?
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I am Takashi Nagata. I am in Tokyo right now. It's 5 a.m. on Thursday. It's day 7. You can see what I have done in the last several days in the regiment. I left from the scene about 36 hours ago, and during my 3 days, you can see what I have done. On the first day, I visited Iraq City. Iraq is the second.
Now, this is 14 years ago plus. Really bad audio, really bad video. There's nothing I can do about it. I didn't create this. This is 14 years ago. This is the best brains on the planet created this. Harvard University.
The largest city in Tohoku. It's a big place, and there are a lot of
Tohoku.
people there. Also,
big place, a lot of people there. Was he like 5 years old or something?
So there are a lot of shelters, about 140 shelters, and the people evacuate from the affected places.
I'm going to try to understand what he's saying, help articulate it, but it's not working so far.
About 14,000. On the first day, I did the quick survey of the shelter. I did it based on the experience of Hurricane Katrina. On Monday, I visited the 2 shelters and tried to provide some basic medical support. And I also supported the decontamination procedure for the people who are afraid of being exposed to radiation. On the third day, initially,
people afraid to be exposed to radiation. I got to play it out. That's just the way it is.
We planned to go to the shelters to provide medical support, but we stopped it. And as I wrote, we made a decision to retrieve to go back.
We made a decision to retreat until we go back
From the scene to Tokyo. The reason is the situation is getting, worse during my stay in just 3 days. And
so, but it sounds like you get driven out by radiation, right?
the situation is changing so rapidly.
Now remember, they couldn't go in and get bodies for months because they were so radioactive. Nothing got out though officially, right?
Every 4 to 6 hours, new things happen, and it is difficult to catch up.
Like when we get through this presentation, my apologies, there's nothing I can do about it. Then the question and answers will start. We'll get lots of fun stuff.
Honestly, on the third day, March 15th, I cried. I cried 3 times there. And honestly, I became panicked. The situation is we do not have water, food, gasoline, and information.
They had nothing, yeah.
No, the information is limited. The information is not appropriately provided. People in Iraq City looks calm, but to see the carefree, it's.
And they could have brought him in on phone and used video. So they could have had good audio by using the phone. And because they're Harvard, the best of the best, the elite of the elite, the shining star of the people that everybody needs to covet, they could have probably paired the telephone and his voice close, similar. It wouldn't have mattered. You would have had good audio. Geniuses. But I guess there's a reason for it.
Almost, they are very distressed, depressed. It's almost at the boiling point. Some of them have already started evacuated by themselves, but the movement is quiet. There's no riot, no panic, but it's very, how can I say, quiet, and try to escape from the scene gradually. I came back. Just a second. I came back to Tokyo for one reason. We did the public announcement at the media conference, and I described what happened in Iraq City.
At this stage, Tokyo was brutal radioactive fallout. We're talking brutal. We're talking 175 times higher than peak weapons fallout, which is the Soviet Union bomb going off, I would imagine. And Castle Bravo in the United States was equal to 1,000 Nagasaki's going off at the one time. And again, they could have easily had said, the audio is pretty rough. Let's connect on phone.
And I also asked the public that we need help from outside. The people in Iraq City cannot call for help, but they need help. And honestly, many people try to go inside Iraq City to send water, supply, and medication, but they hesitate to go inside because they have fear that once they go inside Iraq City, they are exposed to radiation, or they might be contaminated with radiation.
So is he Iwate City? Is that what he's saying, I wonder? They have a fear. No. What he's supposed to say is because that city is so radioactive, they can't go in there. These are the best of the best, the greatest academics in human history, the pride and joy of the elite's eyes.
It is not true. The present situation or present radiation level inside Iraq City is just around 2 microsieverts per hour.
Again, using 2 microsieverts an hour, like radioactive described across the country, we can march you right across the country with the numbers. In Tokyo, after a rainfall, was 29 million atoms. Why would you measure it in millisieverts and microsieverts? Why would you do that after nuclear accident, far from the accident? Because you're talking about energy that pulses. You're not talking about breathing in atoms. So when you say, like the study here from Ottawa, Canada, 220 million atoms of iodine-129 per liter of rainwater, then that you can't breathe the air. You got to stay inside and everything else, right? You still can't get away from it, but you don't get such a big dose, right?
It's very small. It's very small. In the public announcement, finally, I mentioned that.
There's the audience.
My
Look at that.
Takashi Nagata will go back to Iwaki City as soon as possible. So today, March 17th, in the afternoon, if situation is allowed.
Now, he's March the 17th because Japan is 13 hours ahead of wherever Harvard's to.
I will go back to Iwaki City and try to start my medical support again there. Thank you very much for your attention. This is what I'd like to say.
Thank you, Dr. Nagata. That is very important report for all of us to hear, and we're very grateful. Could I turn to the panelists for a moment? And Mike, Dr. VanRooyen, hearing from Dr. Nagata and picking up on what some of the other panelists have said about radiation, risk communication, and what happens next. What do you say about the challenges facing the local humanitarians like Dr. Nagata? What are the challenges they're facing, and what is the role that good information about radiation might actually play?
Well, first of all, I thank my colleague Takashi, who we have been following his reports from the field, and we deeply appreciate them because they give us a very real, tangible picture of what's going on. I think the major challenges remain access and logistics. It's still the major challenge in this case, where there is, roads are out, bridges are out, rubble is in the way, and it's difficult to navigate and to move materials to people who have been displaced. I think that the logistical issues are complicated by the perception that there is significant radiation risk. I believe that those perceptions can be addressed, I think, fairly clearly and need to be addressed.
My goodness, eh? So he believes there's, that was the strongest comment, there's a significant radiation risk on day 6. So all the reactors have blown up. That's reactor 1 to your left, reactor 3 behind me. Reactor 2 is blown up, reactor 4 is blown up. These pictures were distributed worldwide. These people were well aware. There was no way to bring in heavy equipment. Didn't matter. Nuclear meltdown means you can't do anything anyway, but a tsunami ran through the site. So there would be nothing functional, right? This is what everything else looked like. Do you really think the plant, with pictures of it running through, right? Here's before, and here it is running through. That's heading back out at that stage. But this is running through at 500 miles per hour. They talked about models earlier. Plume will cover. This is the actual studies from the French government. I don't know if that matters to anybody or not. The picture of the reactor core and the fuel pools being ejected out of reactor 3. And everybody had that video. Everybody's seen that video. Grainy or not, the best, the smartest, the most elitist Harvard University. Surely they would have been able to interpret that. They'd use a crystal ball and say, hey,
fairly clearly in order to encourage people to move through the area and distribute goods and services. The big challenge in this case, however, will be and continue to be finding populations that are displaced and giving them access to services. Certainly there's...
Yeah, well, at this point, you still haven't got to everybody. People were still stuck on roofs.
Enough food, there's enough water, there's enough blankets, there's enough shelter materials in the region to supply these people that are displaced. It's just getting them there and providing the logistical support to do so. I think we'll have to depend largely on the military, who's, there's up to 100,000 troops that will be deployed, probably 60 or 70,000 that are already deployed.
The Americans were there with Operation Tomodachi. USS Ronald Reagan was less than 1 mile from the ongoing meltdowns, and they had to change the engines of 12 helicopters because they were so radioactive. But the sailors, and this is quite graphic, had blocked up the toilets because they were all They were defecating in the hallways. People couldn't stand up or get out of bed. They were so sick from the radiation poisoning. And there's pictures of them scrubbing the deck with no protective gear, even basic protective gear on their faces or hands, exposed skin, scrubbing the radiation off the deck. It was the most. They actually sandblasted the decks of that aircraft carrier 3 different times. It went into shipyards. They still can't decommission it. The air ducts are completely saturated.
To help make that happen. So it has been a relatively short period of time, and hopefully that mobilization can be effective.
In a nuclear wasteland. I smurfed that up. Hang on here. Let me chop out that first section. I forgot to chop it before I touched something. Otherwise, you can't get back
to help make that happen. So it has been a relatively short period of time, and hopefully that mobilization can be effective.
How much money did the nuclear industry give him for being such a helpful to the nuclear industry?
Thank you. Gordon, this problem of command and control, the risk communication issue, you can hear how it's being played out in what Takashi reported and what you and Michael were both anticipating here.
How are we doing so far? We got 7 people on my show, do I? That I've been doing for over a decade straight. 7 people on my show that I've been doing for over a decade. We're already an hour and 15 minutes in. I can only get 7 people on my show. Really? Did I do 5 days a week on top of that? No censorship at all. Did Harvard misrepresent the severity of Fukushima meltdowns to protect the university's nuclear interests? Doesn't matter how many people's on my video. What matters is you're here and I'm honest. They're not. Let's keep the madness rolling.
What are you seeing as the responsibility of the nuclear power plant authorities and perhaps the government?
Well, it's very important for the authorities in general to give clear and consistent statements. If emergency response is necessary.
What do you like? He's saying how they should act instead of saying what happened. He's refusing to acknowledge the reactors melted down, refusing to acknowledge, like, the narrative should sound like, well, because reactor 1 blew up, reactor 3 blew up, visibly blew up, reactor 4 is visibly destroyed, because everybody's seen these pictures, and then saying you have to assume you lost a significant part of the inventories, the fuel from the fuel pools, which would have been up to 8 reactor cores in each building, instead of actually being a human like me or you, somebody who drinks water and breathes fucking air. He chose the path of, he does put out some information coming up. That's why I said I kind of like this guy.
It's important that it be taken rapidly and in a coherent manner. Some populations should evacuate, others should shelter. The authorities, if they're on top of the situation, are in a position to make that recommendation. In order for the recommendations to be followed, people need to trust the statements that are made.
Michael, would you like to comment on both what Mike Gordon said and also on what Takashi brought up?
My understanding, both from what Takashi has said as well as
So Gordon said you need to be able to trust the statements that are said. We're supposed to trust Harvard, aren't we? Right, Gordon? Right, Harvard? How can you do that? How can you do that and never look somebody else in the face again, I wonder? How can you pretend that's not happening? We're talking like you're talking in the future tense the entire time. Clearly, to protect the nuclear industry and every facet of it, it's unconscionable that they've done that. And they've done it on video, and the video has been sitting there for 14 years with 6,000 views.
From
all of them
other contacts that I've had with people in Japan, is that
keep the law straight.
This may be a situation where trying to solve one problem creates another problem. So Japan has cut off access to the two main highways. The government has cut off access to the two main highways that go north, reserving that for emergency equipment, focusing on the nuclear disaster. That has contributed to a breakdown in the private distribution system for goods.
Hey, genius, it's a nuclear meltdown. You can't send in people who don't know. What a horrible creature to take that job. Yeah, but he can tell people, right? He's not repulsive and odious and hateful and disgusting or a terrorist. He works for Harvard. And everybody's supposed to go, wow, golly. Huh. Everybody's supposed to kiss up to him, buy his tea and his lunch and his whatever he wants. He shouldn't have to pay for a restaurant for the rest of his life. Oh, Mr. Scumbag, here, you can, what would you like, champagne, Mr. Scumbag?
And that's goods, not just food goods, but it also includes medical supplies for the small and medium-sized hospitals that are throughout the northern part of Japan.
Can't go because
So I think it's a very complicated logistical problem to have the right balance of control while still allowing the private side to contribute its efforts and initiatives to solving the problem. And that
now, I apologize because everybody got different volumes, and if you turn their head is different. If the Harvard, thank God, Harvard's so good.
That includes the private side of volunteers like Takashi, as well as foreign volunteers, as well as volunteers from the private sector within Japan who might have supplies and goods available.
Yeah, but it's a nuclear wasteland, genius. So he's pretending there's no nuclear wasteland, so what's the problem, right?
But we're all familiar with the reports now of the French government suggesting that its nationals leave, or
Right, we got those headlines, by the way.
at least go south towards Tokyo and perhaps leave. The United States is not suggesting that, but is urging U.S. Citizens and personnel not to go to Japan at the moment. There's been the redeployment.
It's the same thing, right? Unless you're the NRC, you can go to Tokyo, I guess, or Osaka. I think they went
around to the west of the U.S. Ships that are helping with the resupply out of the concern of radiation.
Well, it should be a legitimate concern of radiation. They should be talking about how do we work around the radiation? We shouldn't, right? Shouldn't they? Harvard School of Public Health. Oh, I'm a professor. He's a professor. He's a professor too. Just shut up and listen to us. Only us. Don't listen to Durnford.
Gordon, do you think that
With 8 people
there should be an evacuation order that is a little bit wider than the
which is just as big as their audience originally.
20-kilometer radius? Do you think at the moment we just don't know enough to?
Ooh, 20-kilometer radius. Let me do that again. I'm sorry.
Gordon, do you think that there should be an evacuation order that is a little bit wider than the 20-kilometer radius? Do you think?
Yeah, like, why is the 20-kilometer radius? Why is that important in the first place? See? And does radiation plume stop at 20 kilometers? A plume that goes from the ocean surface all the way to the atmosphere, troposphere? You really think that plume's going to stop at the border, 20 kilometers? They know better, right? They, instead of like even trying to make them.
At the moment, we just don't know enough to make any further recommendations.
Like, why would you, if you were clearly scripted, that's why they're making those. The reactors, just marched to 15 pictures. When you see that, that's like as run as far as you can, as fast as you can. Get out of Dodge. Don't look back. Don't go back. Keep moving away. 20 kilometers. This is 20 days. This is just one model, the Norwegian Institute for Air Research. The French government study, this was a study too, by the way. French government study at 10 days, at 20 days. Like, Harvard ran that model. They ran the model of reactors and fuel pools. And their model was way worse than the one I just showed you.
I think we don't know enough to make that particular recommendation. If people are at some...
We don't know enough to make that recommendation. Because they're claiming that they're waiting for Japan to tell them, instead of acknowledging that they had access to the documentation and were able to extrapolate common sense, because they're the experts, that they were able to extrapolate. You don't need to be an engineer to extrapolate the building doesn't exist anymore, and you don't need to be a nuclear scientist to extrapolate the enormity of that equation if you know a little bit about the subject. Deep breath, Dana, deep breath. Because the victims are real. The species that have been exterminated is real. It's real. Hang on here. I need something to calm me down for a second. I'm probably in the wrong place. All right, so I done field studies for 6 years, 4 to 5 months a year on the ocean without coming home. And I hit this from every direction. You have no idea. I studied at high tide. I'd go into the estuaries, lakes, and everything else. I hit this from every application. So I'd done from Vancouver, British Columbia to Alaska for 6 years. It was a brutal... I was under siege the entire time. You wouldn't know if I was the worst human on the planet. I must have been the worst human on the planet to go out and look for the species. So that's what the coastline used to look like. By the time I'd done 4 months to 5 months a year, and here's what I discovered. The species to your left, the incredible diversity, the unimaginable, inconceivable. Now, I went from Vancouver, British Columbia to Alaska. I used to be an ex-commercial diver. So I worked in this environment, stayed in a lot of these anchorages many, many times before. I used to do 100-day trips on the ocean as a commercial diver. The species to your left, I went back for 5 more years after the first year to see if the species to your left recovered, which is the pictures to the right are the pictures I took. The species to your left now are exterminated. There's 27,000 islands, and each island has incredible, pristine, beautiful golden beaches all around them. And they're made from the shells of the shellfish. There's no shellfish on the beaches anymore. You can never take my little Zodiac ashore because there are football fields of sea urchins everywhere. I used to pick 20,000 of them a day, the 3-inch ones, for Japanese themselves. As an aphrodisiac. They used to eat the organs of the sea urchins. They're what they call gonads. It's what's described as uni. In fact, I went through the Canadian customs to aggregate information about selling sea urchins in Japan, right? I went through the Canadian embassies. And I was going to launch on that. I ended up getting severely hurt. I was also, before I got severely hurt, I had approval from Fisheries and Oceans, Forestry, and other concerning agencies. Had gave me 20 ponds in the mountains, and we were building a submarine, a submersible, for $300,000 that can go down to 1,400 feet, and we were going to lay explosives on old logs from landslides 200 years ago. And at the bottom of these lakes was no oxygen. So those logs were unbelievable shape. And we're talking about old growth. We're talking about trees as wide as your room you're in right now. And I had 20 lakes. It would have took a lifetime. I still probably wouldn't have cleaned out the lakes. And you're talking about around $700 per cubic or square foot. And the government would have got first bid on it during the grading. So everything would have been sold immediately, right? And I'm going to use like a Sikorsky helicopter to bring it down to a big barge. Unfortunately, I got severely injured, right? I had another company, Marine Channel Productions Limited, after I got injured. And I was going to put 100 cameras in the Pacific Ocean and have a live zoo of the stuff to your left. But the internet still wasn't quick enough to keep up with live streaming at that period. But I had a company up and running in British Columbia, and I was going through all the processes. And we were going to actually put 3,000 miles of fiber optics into the Pacific Ocean along the coastline with cameras intermittently along the line. Once we got internet powerful enough to handle, this was before YouTube, right? I was still in the hospital bed at this stage. I hadn't given up. I've never given up on anything. I just, like those stuff I had to move on, right? Clearly, because you can't put a camera there when there's nothing to look at anymore. And if you didn't take down my other website, you would have seen all that stuff. You took it down when I was out looking for spiders that are missing on the East Coast. So the species to your left are exterminated. They're exterminated. And I know that because I used to be a commercial diver and I'm familiar with them. Nobody's going to trick me. And the evidence exists in all the major institutions studied them yearly for decades. And I just repeated their studies. The species are gone. We went back for 6 more years, and they're gone because radioactive fallout is real. 80 years of it is called climate change. So what would you rather have, birds and bees and species and trees, or nuclear power? Like, I could never go ashore typically at low tide because you break your neck trying to get to high tide. And the reason you were going there in the first place, before Fukushima, was to put a beach line up so you can anchor your boat, right? So you would put your anchor out back up at high tide and then put your beach line up at one of the Zodiacs, because at low tide, it was too dangerous, too slippery. And who wants to walk on species? Because that's what you're going to do, right? Well, pre-Fukushima, if you had a plane crash anywhere on the coastline and 1 million people survived it on the plane, you had 1 million people, they would never starve to death because the ocean, and think about the migratory species, birds, now they fly through, there's nothing there. And this is why you see millions of them showing up emaciated, because there's nothing to supplement their diet anymore. And we had every opportunity, we had this one opportunity in history to try to do something, and that was stolen from us by Harvard University and Yale University by coming out and misrepresenting the fact to protect a few thousand jobs in the nuclear industry. We have millions of people, billions of people. We would have come up with some pretty good ideas. If we had a meteorite, and I used to say this years ago, if we had a meteorite coming towards us, that's how we would work, right? All the universities would work on the problem. People would come out with all kinds of plausible things that we could do. We actually might have came up with a solution. Most likely would have came up with a solution. They're not allowed to come up with a solution. They weren't allowed. I mean, why did they build the reactors less than 100 kilometers from the tectonic plates where they were guaranteed a massive tsunami? Why did they put all the fuel pools, reactor cores at the top of the buildings when they had a 3,000-year legacy of 300-foot tsunamis? These are really important questions. You're never going to hear them at
distance from the site, and they're able to move much further away, perhaps to stay with relatives at a far distance, then it's entirely appropriate that they should do so. Within the first few tens of kilometers of the site, there's been significant damage to transport infrastructure. So it's not clear from this vantage point what is the appropriate recommendation.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It is clear. It's 100% clear, particularly because I smurfed up. Particularly because I might have to play that clip again here in a second. Just bear with me. I smurfed up. There's nothing I can do, but that's the way the cards. Okay, so like he knew that happened, right? He knew that happened, I should say, now, instead of before I showed it to you. I'm hiding the Geiger counter away, am I? It's in real time here, by the way. My apologies for... I'm usually really good with details, but when you keep telling these lies, when disinformation was available, right? The explosion of that was the 13th, 14th, depending on where you're to, I suppose. Yeah, I mean, it was chaos. But even in 2013, the media came out, and I played earlier for you, the media came out and pretended that they're at the top of a building that doesn't even exist, Reactor 4, which anybody, like Gordon would have known Reactor 4 was gone with that picture. He would have seen that picture. What they're doing is criminal. It's criminal to do what they're doing. But there's no law
within the
against it.
first few tens of
It's not
kilometers of the site, there's been significant damage to transport infrastructure. So it's not clear.
Well, even if there's not, you can't go near it because you had all these reactors detonating. It's a nuclear wasteland.
Clear from this vantage point, what is the appropriate recommendation?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Michael, do you think you would have a question of, supposing you were really making some command and control decisions around the humanitarian response? I mean, really, think that, okay?
Got it.
Take
what
that.
questions would you ask Gordon and Michael?
Yeah, well, first off, I just done that again. What questions would you ask Gordon and Michael? There is no questions. You can't do nothing. It's a nuclear wasteland. That's what his response should be when he answers.
Clear from this vantage point, what is the appropriate recommendation?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So she's going to pass that on to Slick.
Michael, do you think
Michael.
you would have a question of, supposing you were really making some command and control decisions around the humanitarian response? I mean, really, think that, okay?
Got it.
What questions would you ask Gordon and Michael? your two consultants in order to feel that you had some security of your directions to the humanitarian community? What have you not heard from them that you need to know?
Well, I think Michael brings up this excellent point of the need to consider and, to some degree, allow the civilian response capacity. It's an important piece of it, and a lot of this cannot be done only by the military or by kind of more formal structures.
Now, they're refusing to acknowledge there's a nuclear meltdown going on, that there's radioactive fallout everywhere, and that there's nothing you can do. You can't go in there. You have to evacuate people. Anybody who goes in there is going to be severely harmed for the rest of their life from it. That'll eventually manifest in many different configurations: heart problems, liver problems, lung problems, respiratory, pituitary, thyroid, adrenaline. There's an incredible amount of... Because once your immune system is compromised, now you're susceptible to pathogens and viruses that were normally harmless and innocuous and benign, right? So the implications are all over the place and should be conveyed to the entire population of the planet.
That's an excellent point, and I think I would ask them, if I was in a position of command and control and helping direct services and resources to displaced populations and those who've been evacuated and those who've been displaced and in shelters, and trying to give them material resources. Very hard facts and simple facts about exposure and threats to aid workers, threats to relief workers, threats to anybody that enters a certain zone. I would like to know, I think that the messaging that is coming out is sometimes difficult for the general public to interpret, and I would think that it would be it's
not just difficult to interpret. Let me do that again, because...
That's an excellent point, and I think I would ask them, if I was in a position of command and control and helping direct services and resources to displaced populations and those who've been evacuated and those who've been displaced and in shelters, and try...
Which he didn't acknowledge happened earlier.
Trying to give them material resources. Very hard facts and simple facts about exposure and threats to aid workers, threats to relief workers, threats to anybody that enters a certain zone. I would like to know, I think that...
Well, it's not a certain zone. The reactors blew up. There's no downwind. Right? There's no downwind per se. Like you know that the plutonium, well, Neptunium-239 decays to plutonium half-life in 2.5 days. So the plume to your left is 20 days. Let me see. 29 million atoms in the soil in Tokyo. This was right away, by the way. So, not having any conversation up to this point about radiation, how the plume works. Gordon said downwind for some reason, as if that's the way the plume goes.
The messaging that
it goes every direction right away.
Is coming out is sometimes difficult for the general public to interpret. And I would think that it would be an essential feature to not only communicate to the general affected public, but also the relief providers as to exactly where is safe, what are the risks, what precautions need to be taken to remove some of the mystery around exposure.
Mm-hmm. I'm afraid of the answer to this one. Sounds like a setup to me.
Could we have the slide back up? I know it means we won't get to see Takashi for a moment, but could we bring that slide back up that has the conversion rates from rads and rems to milli and microsieverts? This is a slide that Gordon Thompson prepared for us, and
So Gordon Thompson prepared it for them, because that's what they asked for, right? Remember that.
It underscores in our collective view this problem of the mystery. because Gordon, do you want to walk us through it here about Japan is using these tiny units of radiation, whereas we in the United States, those of us who think about massive nuclear catastrophes, we're using the bigger measures of RADs and REMs.
Yes, well, the situation's further complicated because in Japan, the standard international units, the metric-based units, are used, whereas in the United States, we're familiar with an older system of units. We talk about REMs of effective dose, whereas the standard international unit is the CVIT. But you're right in that, speaking in terms of micro CVITs per hour, which is a unit that the Japanese authorities are using, is inappropriate because that's the sort of unit that's appropriate for routine operation and routine releases.
Medical imaging.
Medical imaging or routine operation of a nuclear facility. But
so microsieverts and millisievers is inappropriate for this kind of event. Thank you very much. May I have another?
in an emergency situation, those units are far too small to be appropriate. And in the US context, we think of REM, and I assume in the Japanese context, people would think of CVIT.
Which are the same thing, right?
Fatal dose from whole body exposure, median dose is around 350, 400 REM, or 3.5 to 4 CVIT.
So they're the exact same, basically. A REM and a sievert is the same dose. So 3.5 sieverts is a lethal dose for a human in just a matter of minutes.
Delivered pretty quick.
And the reason delivered very quickly, I'm going to chop that right there, but delivered very quickly or over a short period of time, what happens to your body is your organs melt. And once that process starts, you can be on a helicopter and fly away, but they'll keep melting. You have this dose now that has liquefied your organs.
Delivered over a period of hours, but in that case, death would follow over subsequent weeks.
If it's
but
a couple of hours.
That gives you an indication of the sort of hazard that you're concerned. So a few CVITs, if the dose looks as though it'll be more than 2 or 3 CVITs over a period of plume passage, for example, then
Plume passage, where the plume is coming through your communities at multiple sieverts per hour. Yay! Mommy, can I go out and play? All right, I got to give it a couple of hours, honey. Then the doctors and the scientists in Harvard and Stanford all said it'll be safe, sweetie.
you know that you're in a potentially lethal situation, whereas speaking in microsieverts is not helpful.
That was a good one. Holy shit. So it's almost like they're begrudging, and like it looks like he wanted to say that, but look how measured he was in every single word he was using.
And I might just add that some people, to the lay public as well as, I'm the medical lay public, I guess, and thinking of intervening or being part of this relief effort, I would want to know things in very common parlance. So, like, for example,
he would want to know it in very common parlors. So guess what he's going to say? Anybody want to guess what he says? Because I told you he was leading you by the nose, right?
the exposure that I am getting, is it equivalent to a CAT scan? Is it equivalent to an X-ray? What's the sort of dose equivalency, if it makes sense to talk about it that way? Just because it's a frame of reference that we have around radiation in common, sort of common language, and if we can talk about it that way, in terms of exposure, it might help reassure us that there is exposure and that it's fairly, either it's minute exposure or it's very important.
Right. Like he's very dishonest because he's supposed to be an expert, by the way, in the medical. He's refusing that it's in your body attacks it, you're under siege, your white blood cells displaces your red blood cells, the repercussions from just the inhalation. He's talking more in microsieverts again.
Speak to that, Jonathan.
Yes, please.
You'll see at the bottom of this slide, there's a statement that the background dose in the United States to a typical person is around 6.2 millisievert per year, or 620 millirem per year.
Which is simply not true, is it? You're already acclimated to that through genetic superior selection. You live in harmony with the natural stuff. It's not a natural dose. It was done that way so they can conflate anthropogenic with or natural with anthropogenic man-made emitters. That should never made it through to any kind of scrutiny. This is why we're auditing them now.
That's background in the sense that it combines naturally occurring radiation.
Stupid. Everyday background from the solar system. Man-made is not from the solar system. That's why we call it man-made. And there's nothing on the planet with an autoimmune trigger to defend against it. So the health effects are catastrophically different. Like if I put a banana alongside me, my body doesn't attack that side of my body with white blood cells for the rest of my life. If you take a single atom, you put 200 million atoms, anthropogenic man-made isotopes on the head of a needle, you can't see it. You take a single one of them, put it in your body, give it enough time, your body builds a tumor around it because it never stopped attacking you with white blood cells. Like the difference is light and day. Man-made, your body attacks with white blood cells every second for the rest of your life. Natural stuff your body doesn't even understand is there because you're already acclimated to it through genetic superior selection. So conflating them is the ultimate in insults.
Exposure with medical exposure. That number's actually gone up in recent years due to the use of CAT scans and such like. It used to be a rather smaller.
It's the natural, so that's different. That's man-made exposures. Natural stuff is not an exposure. Natural stuff is not denigrating your body. Your body already compensates that through enormous amounts of autoimmune defenses. That is how your whole body is structured to live in harmony with it. Your body can't live in harmony with anything man-made. It's completely dishonest. I'm very upset.
Number. But that's gives you a comparison with the levels I was just talking about. So
no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It's a dishonest comparison. It's completely dishonest.
6.2 millisievert per year. Fatal range, 3 sievert and up.
Michael.
A fatal dose is 3 sieverts and up. There's nowhere on that site where you're getting less than 30 sieverts. Because the multiple reactors actually detonated fuel pools with decades of reactor cores. You're talking about 18 reactor cores getting exploded over the site. You really think you're talking about 3 sieverts, any microsieverts or millisieverts, anywhere within miles and miles and miles of that site? Do you really think that's how that works? Dear Harvard?
So just to reiterate my previous points, I think that this kind of communication ought to be something that your grandmother would understand. So the area that was affected is an area with a high proportion of elderly people, high proportion of fishermen, farmers, and the communication from the government and from the company ought to be in terms that are readily understandable, consistent, on a regular basis. Like maybe there should be a 9 o'clock report every day.
Yeah, there's a 10 o'clock report here. I do 5 days a week typically. 14 years later, I'm still going strong because we ain't got no choice because these people exist on our planet. And they don't want us, or the insects, or the bees to have a future.
That's an update that's directed at people so that they can understand it in their own terms. And I think that...
well, actually, bear with me. I guess a little bit of... just give me a second here. Mr. My God, I'm worse than a pack rat, eh? Oh, trying to find anything on my computer is mad. Oh, it's like a banana and a potato chip, Dana, and a rocket eating on a granite countertop. Flying on it while you're flying on an airplane. Let's just use vacuum cleaners to clean it all up and get on with it. Yeah, well, unfortunately I got too much. But just bear with me. Just think of it as an intermission for a minute or two. Okay, here we go. This is a graduate student on TikTok. In order to get, because she can't pass the course, so she's got to come up and make videos like this, where she's going to conflate. She's doing this at MIT.
The normal level that already exists in the water we eat, sleep, drink, bathe in today. Actually,
normal levels. So she's trying to say radiation fear is radiophobia. We done a whole video on that crazy critter. She even allowed herself to be videotaped with Robert Hayes, Professor Robert Hayes. Ew. Let's go back to the crazies.
That is something that, if it were done, would contribute to building up some sense of social trust.
Well, thank you. You will now be put to the test.
Okay, so now the audience. Whoopee! Here we go.
By questions from our panel, questions from our audience to the panel. And if we could take this down and allow Takashi to be visible to all of us, it is possible that we will have questions directed to Takashi directly, which is completely fine. So could I have hands, and we have microphones, so people will be able to raise questions, and it will be excellent. Yes, please. Then I've got you.
I have a question about the radiation releases that have been reported to date.
All right, let me chop right there. These are all sheet of questions, if I remember correctly. Remember, I'd done this video originally 12, 13 years ago. And they took down my site with 25,000 subscribers. And they gutted my video presentations. I had well over 2,000. They gutted like 300 with a court order. And a court order.
My understanding is
freedom of speech is so precious. Book burning, right?
Is that
it's a lot of work to do this stuff, by the way. I never noticed.
We have spent fuel pools where the coolant has dropped and the spent fuel
Don't say they're exposed.
rods are exposed.
Don't do that. So once they're exposed, the zirconium cladding catches fire. It's instantaneous. Like normally the water is just heating up, and the zirconium cladding swells up, right? And all the radiation now escapes to one time, so to speak, right? But when it's exposed, the zirconium catches fire. That's why it's kept underwater. If you lift it up in the air, it catches fire. You put it underwater, it still burns because it's so hot. The plutonium uranium pellets have ignited inside of it. And they burn at around 9,000 degree Fahrenheit temperatures. They don't need oxygen. Once they're exposed, she's going to cook off everything. That's just how it works. And the fuel pools, as Frank Von Hippel told you earlier in the video, and played that clip for you from March the 16th, 2011, on TV, that there's up to 8 reactor cores. We know there's 8 reactor cores or more in each pool reactor building. Rather, there's 2 fuel pools at the top of the buildings. We know they're there because you don't have a repository like anybody else on the planet, and they're still too hot to put in any repository if they could ever come up with anything.
Or maybe even on fire.
She's talking about the fuel rods are on fire. Once they're exposed, and by framing it that way, Right? The average person who's not familiar with the subject says, well, maybe they're not on fire. She didn't say it was on fire, Dana. Well, she said it was exposed, so it's on fire. That's why she used the word. So this was probably meant, right, to negate the fact that they had and she's probably going to only acknowledge reactor 4. But when you see the explosion is the result of the meltdowns themselves. Here we go.
And you've got buildings that have lost their roofs. There have been explosions and buildings.
Lost their roofs. Right now, that's the official cover story, still going strong. Yeah, they lost their roof, did they? Ejected the reactor core and the fuel pools right out of the building, right out of the building. And reactor 3 and 4, you know this is true because in 2013, look what's left. When they gutted the building with remote control. Bear with me. So there's the picture they would have seen without the fake water injection. That's what it would. It didn't look any different in the first number of months, right? There's, you had to bury all the mass. Like I said, a building 1 was over 1 million sieverts. You ejected the reactor, all the 8 reactor cores and the reactor right out of reactor 3, which was the plutonium mixed oxide reactor. Reactor 4, these are not roof explosions. And so when she said explosions and roofs bare, reactor 1 and reactor 3. So when you look at that explosion, look at the roof of the reactors. That's what they look like, the roof. So when you look at the actual roof, there's nothing there, right? There's a bit of insulation or something, but that's it. And these are ducts. When you look at the explosion, what created all of this material? Remember, that's the building here, 190 feet tall, 65 meters, 19 stories. So what part of that roof created a plume so enormous? Well, in case of reactor 3, it's pretty darn clear. Ejected the reactor core and the fuel pool right out of the building. That's non-reactor cores. That deserves prominence, not a cover story.
Buildings are open to the elements, so rain is coming down into these reactor buildings.
Yeah, so she's part of Harvard. She's even if she's not part of it, she's brought in to do this particular, right, to leave this because this is about what does the journalists say in their stories. So they're going to come here and watch these videos and tell those lies. Word for word.
Birds are flying around. Who knows what's going on?
Birds are flying around at a nuclear meltdown. What did she get the first question?
And yet, this morning, someone said on the radio on NPR that the radiation was...
right, she was trying not to laugh that time.
Similar to what you get background radiation for a month.
Can you imagine saying that? Like she's there asking an intelligent question, and these are the connotations or the actual documentation you have to work with. You actually have this available on the 15th, the day before. It's just so disappointing that there's that many people in the one place that hate humanity, the 8 million species, and will sell us out for some bizarre
so it didn't seem to make sense to me. And I'm just wondering, how could you have exposed spent fuel rods, fires in the containment buildings?
But look at all the other connotations she brought before that.
Loss of roofs and ceilings and exposure and not have higher radiation releases.
That's a great question. But instead of us stating, we have buildings destroyed. We have explosions clearly showing parts of reactors and fuel pools being ejected right into the building, because everybody in the nuclear industry would have uttered those words during that period because they have access same as you do now, right?
Yes, I think that is a question a lot of people have.
How can you not have
for asking.
higher radiation numbers?
So
I think that goes to you, sir.
okay. There are two.
Notice how two of these guys looks at Gordo. Way to go, Gordo.
At least two questions there. Firstly, units 1 through 3 are suffering core damage, accidents, and
Okay, so he's saying 1, 2, and 3 have meltdowns, not core damage, is what he should have said, rather.
perhaps spent fuel pool accidents as well. The spent fuel pool
In the same, so 1, 2, and 3 is all he's covering at this moment, have core damage and accidents in the fuel pool. Accidents. Like accidents?
is located at the top of the reactor building.
So the fuel pool is located at the top of the reactor buildings. This is great stuff. Cores are damaged. You got reactors at the top. Fuel pools are at the top of the buildings. Fuel pools are at the top of the buildings, are they? There's no over 3/4 of the buildings are missing in reactor 3 to your left and reactor 4 behind me. Over 3/4.
Add to that very briefly.
My apologies. That was the last show, MIT. I shouldn't be there. Get rid of that. Back to here.
Which in each case is damaged. Units 1 and 3, in fact, destroyed it.
Whoa! So reactor 1, 2, and 3 fuel pools are destroyed. That's what he was talking about at that point, right? Means they melted down, and there's 8 reactor cores at the top of each of the buildings.
That location. And Unit 4 does not have fuel.
So you can see deep inside, right, he's conflicted. He's having pains of conscience. And he just said, the hell, that moment right there, he just said, the hell with it. In fact, they're destroyed. The fuel pools are destroyed. In other words,
Its reactor, but its spent fuel pool is overheating and there has been some burning.
some burning, was there? Well, MIT said there was an oil fire. Oh shit! I just you know what happened? I accidentally deleted that. So don't worry about it. No, I pushed it over here.
Fortunately, to date, the releases from these damaged reactor cores and spent fuel pools has been comparatively low. Fortunately, to date, the releases from these damaged reactor cores and spent fuel pools has been comparatively low.
Really? Like he told the truth, and then he says, "But don't worry, because it's comparatively low." Nothing got out, Dana. I swear, honestly, I'm a professor, Dana, at Harvard University. Why would I lie to you?
I say comparatively because the level of radiation dose on the site has caused the removal of most of the workers from the site, and for a period in the last 24 hours, the removal of the remaining skeleton crew for several hours from the site.
Like the radiation is not going to go away. If it's so high, you had to leave the site. These are huge, like the size of a city. You can see the guy to his left, Mikey, Mike to your left. What a crazy critter that guy was, right?
So the dose is significant. However, it is a tiny fraction of what the dose would be if a large release were to occur.
So again, refusion, he's saying it's only tiny compared to what could happen. Really? Like, when Medusa ejected the reactor core and the fuel pools, 8 reactor cores and the fuel pools right out of the building, not counting number 1, you don't get back on the site anywhere. How are you going to get back in there? Your organs melt. They're going to go and pick up a fuel rod. When he drops dead, the next homeless guy runs in, picks up the fuel rod, and moves it further away until there's 1 trillion dead homeless people. So suggesting that didn't happen again, you can see the I don't know if it's conflict or not, or he's just uncomfortable telling the lie. He's not smooth like some of the scumbags would be, right? Lake Barrett would have just sat there and he would have asserted nothing happened and have a nice day. Don't call me, I'll call you.
And as every day passes, the level of radioactivity in the reactor cores declines.
Well, it can't decline because the reactors don't exist, Gordo. And we know that because 2013, and we get our clean shots. You can download these pictures at TEPCO's website, by the way. So he's claiming that these are there's not that bad of releases and that the radioactivity is declining in the reactor cores that no longer exist.
However, there is still sufficient activity that a fatal dose from plume exposure could still occur for a number of kilometers, perhaps 10 or more kilometers downwind. This is very.
So 10 kilometers away, there's still fatal doses from the plume's disposition, radioactive fallout. That's a winner. I like that one.
Very weather dependent. When people speak of very small radiation doses, typically they're talking about readings at a far distance, and indeed at far distances, radiation from this event has led to quite small increases in naturally occurring.
Did you get that? Far away from the site led to an increase in natural occurring
levels of radiation exposure.
So how can you get an increase of bananas and potato chips from walking in the sunshine because you had a nuclear meltdown? What kind of sick, twisted voodoo is that stuff? That's what I mean, right? Like, you can't even get through a sentence sometimes without stopping the video 6 or 7 times to correct them. I wonder why she's not smiling anymore. Give me a second. I've got to clean my peepers. Ew, I screwed that up. I gotta hire somebody. That's their job, is keep my glasses clean. I get like 6 pairs. Because magically, if I look at them, they get dirty on me for some reason. And the best stuff I found, though, to clean them, I'm sure there's got to be better stuff out there, is these microfiber yellow ones. I got at Costco. Use the fluffy side. And they're like $1 each or something. You get... No, they're not even that, I don't think. What do you get? Like 34 in a package for $20? Man, those things are fantastic for all kinds of applications, especially because I work on all my own equipment out for research because the industry has just ostracized me. Let me see, and we had James donated 260 Canadian. Sorry, I'm stupid today. And Tabitha donated 100 a few days back, and I forgot to mention her. And I sometimes I do forget. I like to mention it because want people to know I actually received the money, because originally when I was doing the research expeditions, the nuclear industry started up like 10 different PayPal accounts with my picture and my name. And I was trying to raise money to do the research. And they had all kinds of hideous connotations there. Those are buying smokes and weed and everything with the money, and thanks most suckers. And some of them sites were making tens of thousands of dollars in donations. They were able to direct the money away from me. We still got out and done the research for 6 years, 4 to 5 months a year. But it was super disgusting. And I was contacting PayPal. They were really slow to stop them. And then when I was on the ocean doing the research, I was demonized nonstop, like literally as if I was a demon. I still need a new outboard for the boat to do research. We never got none done last year on the ocean. How is that even possible? It's just the industry. They have Operation Long Jump against me now, on top of that. The Japanese government has a shoot and kill on order site, so to speak, of my reputation. And they're attacking me in my own province. They're attacking me apparently through Facebook or something. They've finished me. They destroyed me. I'm not sure what the hell they're saying, but they've got me destroyed. It's clear what's going on.
And that's correct, but it's not helpful. We really should be focused at this time on the potential.
It's not correct, and it's not helpful by saying you have an increase of natural background radiation. Is correct. Man.
Very large and fatal exposures that could occur.
Within 10
if we
kilometers.
focus on that, we can take the steps necessary.
And see, this is stuff that should have been told at the beginning of the presentation, not the end of it.
To reduce the chance of such an occurrence as much as possible.
Well, there was over 3,000 people that evacuated in the plume that had died right away. And so the nuclear industry was coming out all over the place. Like Taiwan had 2,000 nuclear students and faculties and plant employees and everybody else. And they admitted that for 2 years, the students at the university, nuclear institutions, were out spamming the internet saying it was like a banana and a potato chip. Students at the university. And faculty and alumni. And so Gordon talking how the increase of natural radiation. I'd like to see the science behind that.
Thank you. Next question, please.
My name is Naoko Miyake, a doctorate student studying at HSPH. I have a question to Dr. Thompson. I would like to ask you about the inconsistency of information, especially about the recommendation from two governments from the US and Japan.
Our English got really good right away.
US Pentagon just released that the U.S. citizens should evacuate 80 kilometers away from the nuclear plant. However, the Japanese government is still insisting that 20 kilometers is enough. Which recommend?
And death plumes within 10 kilometers, like death plumes, that we know killed over 3,000 people in the first month.
Should the people follow?
They refuse to acknowledge it.
And the second question.
Oh, it was from stress. I mean, they evacuated millions of people from stress, or millions of people from typhoons and cyclones and hurricanes. We've never seen hundreds, let alone thousands of people die.
Question actually goes to Dr. Leaning. Is there any support from HSPH on epidemiologist who is specialized in the natural disaster? We would like to ask for your help. Thank you.
I don't mean to insult anybody. Sometimes I get a little skeptic after I hear so many lies in a row. I'm not going to say desensitized at all to lies, because that's what we're here to talk about. it's just I don't trust any of them because they'll come out with a really a proper question and then they'll cut your throat 5 minutes later, right? 10 minutes later.
Very much.
Thank you. So, Gordon, Dr. Thompson?
In response to the question as to an appropriate evacuation distance,
And like when I earlier at the beginning of the show, I said I liked this guy because he was the only one that acknowledged there was huge doses. He was the only one that acknowledged that the plume up to 10 kilometers away, minimum. Well, they go 10 kilometers, and he said downwind. The wind does. So the wind blows this way. Go a mile up the coastline. The wind's not going to typically be blown exactly the same way because of the topography of the land, the layout of the mountains, etc., right? There's an absurd amount of factors. And then there's 4.3 million emails linked below to the Nuclear Regulatory Commission's website. And we've extrapolated absurd amount of documentation from them over the years. But some of the stuff was on the 12th, the 13th, the 14th, 15th, 16th, was the wind directions from all the communities. And clearly they were all, what you ended up with is like, do you ever see a snowstorm just going one direction? It goes in every direction, right? Because you can visually see it. Because the houses makes these little corridors where the wind picks up speed. When it comes out, it disturbs. Some places the snow doesn't pile up. Other places it piles up high, right? Radiation fault does the exact same thing, but except it's the only pollution. It's the only pollution that covers the planet. The emissions from gas, oil, and coal doesn't travel very far. It's carbon, and wherever it lands, you get more trees, more birds, more insects. With radiation, it covers the entire planet in less than 20, 30 days with all the studies and models.
I mentioned earlier, from this standpoint, right here in this room, it's not possible to make a specific recommendation. I'll repeat the general.
It's 100% possible to make the recommendation. It's 100% if you're honest. It's only not possible if you're dishonest. Like, if you acknowledge with the documentation that existed at the time that the buildings are destroyed, have lost decades of reactor cores and inventories, you can sit there and in 20 minutes run this model similar, but with, like this model is a fraction of the actual inventories that were lost. It was 1 million to 10 million times pre-Fukushima level cesium-137 per cubic meter of air covering the entire planet. This is 20 days. This is like 25 days. That's symmetrically covering the entire planet. And there's different studies on different isotopes showing you the exact same thing. And by the way, cesium-137 is not the biggest byproduct of the radiated fuel. Curium isotopes are the biggest byproduct of the radiated fuel rod. And curium isotopes are the major byproduct in radiated fuel rod. And they need lead shielding 20 times thicker than you do for plutonium. Plutonium killed all the animals, 144 beagle dogs, all died in every other study they done too. From a single dispersal, monolation, inhalation.
Recommendation I made before, which is people at a considerable distance, perhaps 80 kilometers, if they have the opportunity to go to a much further distance, then it would be wise for them to do so.
Right, and she was asking about, was it safe at 80 kilometers away? And that was on purpose so that their friends and families and kids could be directed to the video, watch it and say, okay, honey, well, here's Harvard University, the best of the best, the brightest of the brightest, saying that we're not safe here, right? That's why that was, well, you seen that framed that particular way.
Until this situation is resolved.
Well, no, you can't go back after. There is no, it'll never be resolved as nuclear meltdowns.
Closer to the plant, at distance of perhaps 20, 30, 40 kilometers, it's important to consider the status of the transport infrastructure. And
we call it wind in our everywhere else.
If the infrastructure is severely damaged, it may not make sense for many people to attempt to
leave,
move at that point. And I lack any information to speak further.
No, you didn't. You had all the videos, right? You had more than enough time to prepare. You were watching this like a hawk because that's what you do for a living all your life. You've never seen anything like it. If he was allowed to be candid, if you could read his mind right now when he's not talking, you'd shit your pants.
This is the decision dilemma.
Nice call, Dana. I'm sorry.
That if you order an evacuation closer to the plant and there is a significant, massive release, then you have all these people on the road who are not sheltered at all. And they can't move because
Well, if you're within 10 kilometers, you're getting a lethal dose. Even if you shelter in place, when you walk out the door, there's a lethal dose on the ground. Oh no, we'll evacuate you. We got highways. Everybody will be nice and polite. Nobody's going to panic. The nuclear industry just, whenever it was faced with a challenge, it just made up a lie. That's how it got to. Its entire legacy is predicated upon deceit and
transport doesn't work or there's gridlock with traffic. And here they are out in the open with a plume going over them.
Well, shelter in place. Shelter in your truck. Don't open your windows. Shelter in your house. Don't open your window. What's the difference? At least you get out of there. What's the difference? In fact, the car is probably more airtight than your friggin' house is.
Where do you ask people to evacuate
Right. So if you haven't got any of these, then you shouldn't have nuclear, right?
How far distant? And then in the closer range, perhaps the best thing to do would be shelter in their houses.
Shit in place.
Is, an option. Maybe the only option.
No, shelter in your truck or car as you're driving away. Wrap your head, bring lots of towels, soak them in water, put them in garbage bags, and every 5 minutes take one out and wrap it around your head till you're out of the death zone.
But then you hit the points that Dr. VanRooyen is saying, which is, how are you going to resupply all these tens of thousands of people that are sheltering in their homes?
If so,
in a nuclear wasteland.
But then you hit the points that Dr. VanRooyen is saying, which is, how are you going to resupply all these tens of thousands of people that are sheltering in their homes?
If so, isn't it wiser for the U.S. government to just stay or stick with the Japanese government's decision or release?
So the U.S. government is making its recommendation for U.S. citizens. There's a much smaller number of U.S. citizens who are affected. So it doesn't raise some of the questions.
What was he up to that time? I'll do that again.
But then you hit the points that Dr. VanRooyen is saying, which is, how are you going to resupply all these tens of thousands of people that are sheltering in their homes?
If so,
I'm going to chop that and turn her volume up, and then I'll turn it back down before the next guy gets too obnoxious. I want to hear what she says. Here we go.
Isn't it wiser for the U.S. government to just stay or stick with
U.S. government?
the Japanese government's decision or release?
So the U.S. government is making its recommendation for U.S. citizens. There's a much smaller number of U.S. citizens who are affected. So it doesn't raise...
Well, it's a nuclear meltdown with a massive lethal radioactive plume. So if you're there, you're experiencing this, and you hear Japan government says you're okay 20 kilometers away, but then you hear the American government, who you probably trust a lot more than the Japanese government if you're even half intelligent, saying you should be 80 kilometers away. Are you going to err on the caution, or are you just going to have blind faith in a freaking government of all things? Well, I wouldn't trust any of them, but if it's going to come to one or the other, I'd be trusting the government a bit more before I trust the universities, typically. But I wouldn't trust either one of them, unfortunately, after all these years of seeing this.
Some of the questions. So it's easier for the U.S. government to recommend a larger margin of safety than...
Now that margin of safety was the Nuclear Regulatory Commission's recommendations that a nuclear meltdown was moved 50 miles away. That wasn't something they came up Johnny on the spot. And Einstein here knew
for the Japanese government to do.
Yeah. One other comment. Mike, do you want to speak to epidemiologists and disaster experts in the Harvard School of Public Health?
No.
Since you direct the center for it.
So he's the director. He's the cream of the crop. That's why everybody's laughing. Why were they laughing? What's so funny about this, I wonder? Because he's stuck with the question. And so whoever laughed about it would have known him intimately. Would have known him, worked with him, rather.
Well, I am...
Scumbag.
I think that organizations that seek to serve displaced populations, especially in this region, need to do so with the help of
VanRooyen.
highly trained public health people. I think that this is the realm of public health in many ways, is understanding population needs, it's understanding population.
Look how his eyes gets really freaking wide over and over and over. Like he bugs him out. Asperger syndrome, I wonder, or something?
Movement, population dynamics. It is important, however, that they're the right people, both linguistically, as I mentioned, and people that can actually get to the site and work well with an organization. Certainly, we have
in a nuclear wasteland
a reasonable cadre of people at the school that might be deployed under certain circumstances.
They're not going to Fukushima. They're not going to no nuclear wastelands. So we got, 14 likes after 2.5 hours. 14. 14. We got 11 viewers after 2.5 hours on a show I've been doing for over a decade, 5 days a week. Calm down, Charlie. So they got me, I don't feel safe anywhere anymore now because of what they got done to me. I'm probably going to have to sue TEPCO, I guess, and... we have the threats from Calm Down Charlie on video. We have, we played recently, but I actually have quite a lot more gathered up. And so I'm pretty sure we can win.
I think I would be careful about the kind of people that I would deploy. Not careful from their perspective. I'll be careful from their perspective, but I'm careful to make sure that they are appropriate and that they could actually work and be value added in with an organization there. I think that
in other words, you got to have people that are not going to say it's a nuclear wasteland to somebody publicly or on YouTube or anywhere else.
There are many excellent technical resources in Japan as well that could be deployed for these this type of service. So I would like...
So they're saying that it hasn't been deployed. So they're saying despite a nuclear event, Japan hasn't put the appropriate actions in.
To be cautious and I think to some degree conservative about the type of people that we can send as human resources.
Thank you. Yes, question.
Only because it's a nuclear wasteland, but it took him so long because he didn't want to say certain words like nuclear wasteland.
Back here.
Miwako Hosoda, the research fellow of HSPH. My question about the aid from foreign countries. So, Dr. Nagata, so to be honest, do you think that Japan need...
So she's talking to the guy on the TV set in Tokyo now.
Aid from other countries? If so, what kind of aid is necessary? And where is the place who can contact with?
I'm not sure what she was saying at the end of it. Good question. What about aid going in? I'll figure it out.
So,
again, they done the audio, not me, so I'm going to adjust it for you as much as I can in real time.
Dr. Nagata, did you hear that question was addressed to you?
Yes, I can hear the question. Honestly, so far, regarding the Iraq city, the foreign support is, we need all kinds of support, but the support from foreign countries might cause confusion in the area, especially the people who cannot speak Japanese can cause confusion. So
yeah, that's why we have interpreters.
it is acute phase, so the people who cannot speak English should be outside.
Get this guy a telephone, for goodness sakes. Harvard!
And stay there for a while. If the situation becomes stable, then you can go inside, or you can come. They will be happy to welcome you. But now it's.
Now, if I remember correctly, they were broadcasting this live on the internet at the same time, and back in those days, this wouldn't have been a very high bandwidth. This would have been on purpose. They should have had him on phone. He could have still had the video.
Not stable. It's dangerous. No, I'm sorry. It's not dangerous. Is not appropriate word. It's not good time for foreign humanitarian supporters to visit Iraq city right now, I think. So please stay there for a while. This is my answer.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
Why did they laugh? Please stay there for a while. Why would you laugh about that? What was that all about? Right? Let's keep going here. I'm sorry.
He used the word dangerous and unstable. Mike used the word fragile. I'm not sure what words Michael Reich or Gordon might use, but it is, despite the terrible sweeping nature of this disaster, the human context is actually very complicated. And that's what is part of another decision dilemma. This is not a place where you can have U.S. helicopters drop vast pallets of food and water.
That's exactly what they done, though. And they were doing that as she was saying that.
And expect that to be helpful. Yes, there was another hand here. Yes, please.
Hi.
Yeah.
Yes. Hi, I'm Robin Herman. I'm director of the forum, and I'm asking a question on behalf of.
Oh, crap, look at this creature. She's the director of that forum they're doing right now, is she?
Someone who was following our event through the Reuters.com.
Reuters.com. Now, hang on. Give me a second here. I got every one of them, you got to adjust their volume. And that's just the way it is. I'm doing the best I can. I apologize. I'm not Harvard. I don't have... And the equipment that I use, right, you're supposed to have 4 or 5 people, counting me. I have to do everything myself. I use the same equipment as the TV studio has. I buy it all from the same suppliers, so I can handle any kind of format I can throw at it. Not all the time, but 95% of the time or better over the long term, right? Typically, I can handle anything I throw at this equipment.
Someone who was following our event through the Reuters.com.
She's got the best microphone of them all. She got the very best microphone. She's responsible for the Japanese doctor having shitty, crappy garbage, useless audio. She saved the best microphone for herself. She sounds like a rock star in that. Just give me a second here. Arr, I'm upset, obviously. Arr. Like when you're trying to do this stuff, I've done this 12 years ago, 13 years ago. Same video, same people. are still scum. Even today, though, because you have the luxury of hindsight, you have more documentation you can bring to the table. The ultimate story is these are scumbags, eh? So she put together this crooked panel in audience. That's what she just told us. Okay, let's go.
Blog that is blogging this live right now.
She's got the best microphone of them all. Son of a gun, eh? They're using the TriCaster, same as me.
This person asked, and there are a number of other people who have asked the same thing, are concerned about possible water contamination.
Because that was the only technology back then, even today, that would work in that type of application that they're doing. It was probably the best TriCaster you could buy, too. They probably replace it every 2 or 3 years.
Is drinking water going to be safe?
And trust me, TriCasters are eye-watering expensive. It's just freak. Could have bought a nice second-hand Lamborghini.
Would fish or seaweed consumption be safe, or
could fish or seaweed be safe? No, stupid. You had multiple nuclear meltdowns.
or, become risky because of this situation? And what is the impact on the food chain? What is the possible impact on the food chain?
From the lady with the best microphone. So I showed you my research expedition field studies earlier of the food chain that doesn't exist anymore. If you haven't seen that, make sure to watch that after.
Thank you.
You see boats
Dr. Thompson.
pulling along the YouTube? Go to that section.
Part of emergency response in an incident like this is to take a very careful look at the food chain and then interdict it where necessary to keep contaminated food.
Interdict? The plume covered the whole planet in 20 days. You wrecked the entire food chain of the entire planet. And these guys knew it. They had the same models. They would have cooked up themselves, particularly Gordo.
Away from human consumption.
Keep it away from human consumption.
That's not.
If the food that you're growing, that you're going to keep away from human consumption, you have to evacuate those communities and cities too, that you were growing it in. And you have to go, if it's 100 miles away to the west, you got to go 100 miles to the east, south, and north and evacuate them too. And then start investigating further. If you actually investigated, you would have abandoned Japan, see? And you still would today if you went and investigated today.
Away from human consumption.
He says all of these so low.
That's not an immediate
and see how he's
priority.
Voiced, like he was mumbling. And then he perks up again. He goes into a daze where I'm not going to listen to the nuclear industry. I'm going to tell the truth for 1 millisecond. Keep it away from human consumption. And then we should. Take it away, Gordo.
Away from human consumption. That's not an immediate priority, particularly.
It's not an immediate priority. Brother, they banned the food in 55 countries. Banned the food in 14 prefectures, half the country, those large prefectures. That doesn't mean it was safe up in... Let's keep going.
Because the earthquake and the tsunami have interrupted local farming and fishing. That's...
It interrupted local farming. Interrupted. Jesus, but stick around for after the show.
A matter that should be attended to, but I think if I were in the decision tree, I'd be focusing on more immediate issues right now and get to that one perhaps a week or two out.
Mike, do you want to comment on that? Because we're going to bring in bottled water, presumably, if we're...
Yeah.
If you're going to bring in bottled water, you got to evacuate everybody. Holy shit, heartless. This is heartless stuff, eh? NOAA animation shows the ocean all along the United States west coast was contaminated with Fukushima cesium by the end of March 2011. You have to go back into my videos. I cover so much. You have to go into my playlist if you want details of that contamination. Go watch my videos on die-offs, whales. Just put whales. You're going to get all these long videos. We're going to go through the recent headlines. And I got a show ready to go, unfortunately, again, of emaciated whales, emaciated this, emaciated that. Astounding levels of radiation measured in the United States at 500,000 times normal levels. We've never seen anything close to that concentration. Went up every day. Amazing to see 7,000 kilometers away. But it wasn't amazing, was it? That's just all the models. All the models will show you the same thing, right? So this is day 20, right there. CC-137 at multi-millions, see 10, 20 million atoms per cubic meter of air. That means every species was getting full body x-rays forever now. They'll all be gone long before that decays on its own. It's a disgusting industry. The entire legacy of the industry, all the fuel pools are splitting atoms directly into the environment. They don't need an explosion to contaminate your planet. Yay.
And again, I think that there's some issues of efficiency of distribution, so that it may be the bottleneck, as it were, of supplying things. It may be a bit of a problem. I think that addressing basic access to food and water and sanitation and housing, I think, is the first priority. I think monitoring those potential exposures in the future is important, but
so he's framing it so people will be under the belief they can go back and they can stay there, and it's all going to turn to fairy dust, and whatever's left over, it'll just monitor. They'll monitor you. They'll study you like the lab rats you were.
I mean, I agree with Gordon. I think that those relief priorities need to take precedence so that people have immediate resources and appropriate resources now.
Michael?
I mean, I agree with Gordon. I think that those relief priorities need to take precedence so that people have immediate resources and appropriate resources now.
In other words, what you're supposed to do is move everybody out of Japan. Bye-bye, Japan. There was 865,000 extra cancers in the first year. Out of every 100,000 live births, children, 14.2%, 14,200 need open heart surgery for congenital heart diseases. There's 13,646 out of 38,000 children with thyroid tumors 2 centimeters or bigger. That's guaranteed. These tumors are because the thyroid is producing nothing but radioactive hormones and it's under siege with your white blood cells, right? It was something like 40% of the boys being born only had one testicle. Heart attacks in just 1 month compared to any other month pre-Fukushima. Right away, we were seeing 14,000. I'm sorry, what's the number? Hang on, I'll grab it. I'll find it. Nobody wanted to watch my videos unless it's exactly at 10 o'clock. Like, YouTube is automatically set to censor me if I go early. So there's no opportunity without constant, perpetual, real-time monitoring. If you go back to, because you're in the live section if you're watching this. If you go to my video section, there's the recent video is a 2-minute clip that they had chopped out of one of my anniversaries videos, because I'm recording it too. I compared the videos, found the sections that they omitted, and then I actually done entire presentations on that in my live streams. You'll find that from my anniversary videos. I've done 8 anniversary presentations. 8. I actually done 2, 3 or more in the preamble to the anniversary. So if you watch those 11, 12 videos, and even the next couple of videos after the anniversary were still on the theme of the anniversary. You're talking about absurd, an unprecedented amount of documentation. It's unprecedented. Everything from legacy to current. I'm supposed to be doing something, damn it. Get busy. I ain't rushing jack shit. I'm auditing the crazies. This case today happens to be Harvard University. Here we go. Heart attacks. I put the Grim Reaper in there for a bit of fun. Extreme increased mortality caused by cardiac diseases. Death rates might give the creeps to some people. Yeah, it was 12,695 people. I said 14, did I? That's why I played the video, because I have so much going on, right? I'm not allowed to make a Freudian slip, or the industry will chop it out and use that to vilify and demonize, misrepresent, and marginalize me.
Michael, you know about the economies there and the local
I'm the only guy called
issues around production and returning to work, fishing or farming.
That's just fucking sad. Excuse language. That's the sad part of this story. I'm not even allowed to swear, or Google's going to censor me. Well, I'm censored. Clearly, I'm censored. Because that's what cowards do. That's what they get paid to do. They're really good at it. They're good at being stupid morons. Denying everybody a future so they can get their... Harvard School of Public Health. Just hang on one second. Because we're just in a theme of illnesses and diseases, not immune deficiencies, injuries, and illnesses. And one of the most famous lines for the nuclear industry is, nobody died from Fukushima. Except for all of those 865,000 extra cancers. You remember Gordo talking about 10 kilometers away? Radiation around Fukushima near in levels where humans vomit uncontrollably and hair can be stripped from their body. Gee, I wonder what they're talking about there, Gordo. But I live in a different... They don't bring you any information. They just sit there and tell you stuff. You're supposed to accept it. I have to provide you the documentation, or I'm a filthy scammer. I'm a lawyer. 6 years doing research expeditions. I think it was year 3 I came ashore. They arrested me and gave me gag orders, for goodness sakes. There was 865,000 extra cancers in the first year. Not everybody got health care. Not everybody was diagnosed. And every one of them should sue the panel of Harvard for not warning them. I bet you they'll win.
Michael, you know about the economies there and the local issues around production and returning to work, fishing or farming. What's your sense, in the light of the contamination question, but more generally as well? What do you think about the longer term here?
I think part of the impact of the tsunami was just to wipe out entire villages. So there's been a tremendous impact on the infrastructure. And that affects access to clean water, it affects access to electricity, and has, I think, in that sense...
Wiped out, and it did wipe out entire villages. And that's what they want you to focus on, not focus on the nuclear industry. Radiation, you can't go in there because the levels where humans vomit uncontrollably and hair could be stripped from their bodies. If you're in a radioactive plume and the hair can be stripped from your body... I'm laughing because it's pretty rare for me not to have something to say. But every time I see this headline, this legacy headline, this is March the 14th, by the way. This is 2 days before, so they would have seen that headline. That's the lethal doses within 10 kilometer zone. You think picking up topsoil is going to fix that? That's the gallows laugh. That's not me. I'm not laughing. There's nothing funny. I'm not like MIT laughing on cue or Harvard audience or spiked audience. It's just being polite.
Immediate concerns about contamination. I think the
immediate concerns is hair can be stripped from your body, vomiting uncontrollably, like the sailors on the USS Ronald Reagan. They're genius.
Immediate concerns about contamination. I think the long-term social impact is also something that's going to be critical to address. There have been studies done in this country. One of the classic studies is by Kai Erickson on the Buffalo Creek disaster, which was a dam that broke and wiped out an entire village. What he found was that it destroyed the social fabric, the sense of community, in ways that was really difficult to rebuild. And when you have small fishing villages where 50% of the people, through some quirk of fate, end up being swept out to sea and 50% end up surviving, it is extremely difficult to...
All right, I want to do that again. I'm not going to let him off with that. Hang on.
Immediate concerns about contamination. I think the...
Immediate concerns about radiation is... because radiation is forever, is a permanent concern about radiation, by the way. And you can't conflate it from a single paper, which is now you're talking about an ideology, a conjecture, because it's a single
immediate
paper.
Concerns about contamination. I think the long-term social impact is also something that's going to be critical to address. There have been studies done in this country. One of the classic studies is by Kai Erickson.
Okay, I want to chop it right there. And Kai Erickson, I think we covered the study for some reason.
On the Buffalo Creek disaster, which was a dam that broke and wiped out an entire village.
Was that a toxic release from a mill? Was that dam a tailing pond, a massive tailing pond?
What he found was that it destroyed the social fabric, the sense of community, in ways that was to rebuild a vibrant community. You can put the infrastructure back in, you can give them ships, but creating a sense of wholeness and rebuilding a sense of feeling comfortable with what's happened is going to be a long-term and difficult project.
Well, you can't move them back into the nuclear wasteland like you did where a dam went through the community, right? You can't conflate those two because they're going to spread out all over the country. We know that anyway, and they know that. They were setting the stage where people could stay in the area and rebuild their community. You can't stay in the area because it's a nuclear wasteland. This is about the nuclear response to the nuclear event, not the tsunami.
Yes, please, question.
Dr. Thompson, I'm Sven Youngman, studying with the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, doing a master's.
Well, he definitely sounds like someone walked in off the street.
In public health too. What I've learned so far is the problem with the Fukushima nuclear plant is that it is overheating and there is a lack of clean water to cool it down.
That it's overheating. So now we're pretending nothing happened and that it's overheating. It's overheating, look. Look at the overheating, folks. You think the boy genius you just saw is not seated audience? These questions are meant, all of these questions, the framing of the whole forum, right, is meant to misrepresent every facet of the accident and minimize any facet of the nuclear.
So, and obviously salt water is not adequate either because...
which nobody talked about before spraying salt water on the reactors, right? Nobody was talking about that up to this point.
In this environment of high pressure, it would actually cause further explosions. Can you...
Criticality, further explosions, the sulfur peroxide hydrogen buckyballs created by spraying the salt water on it So the sulfur gets liberated. You knew this from the nuclear weapons testing, by the way, but they pretend they didn't. And we have the documentation that the sea spray from the underwater nuclear explosions was lethal doses for up to 5,000 square miles. And that's why the Chinese, remember that Chinese Lucky Dragon story? Where the sailors had a bountiful harvest, but they had to dump it all or burn it all or something, or bury it all. And so everybody got incredible medical cure, but somebody died right away.
Tell us something about possible attempts to find alternative ways of cooling down the reactors.
But the salt waters, the sulfur peroxide hydrogen buckyballs are created, and they're like spherical balls, like a soccer ball type shape. Think of that. And they're able to ingest uranium, plutonium, americium, neptunium, strontium types of isotopes, curium. And now they're super hot particles that are very mobile. They don't need jet streams to circumvent or to circle the planet. They don't need, and they're not particularly solutable in water, so they're liberated constantly back into the environment. They like to hang out at the 1-2 meters above the ground, where animals and children and humans are breeding and participating. These are Ivory School students who are looking to graduate, not help humanity.
The use of seawater for cooling indicates that all freshwater supplies have been lost.
Well, each reactor needs 1 million gallons a minute, 4,500 tons a minute, per minute for each reactor. So think of like you get up in the morning, your car's on the other side of the road. But for the next 8 hours, there's 4,500 one-ton pickup trucks every minute, every 60 seconds, 78 a second, flying past your front door. 4,500 one-ton pickup trucks that if you don't dunk the water in it, the pressure will start to rise in the reactor, the metal will fatigue, break down. So you're talking about enormous volume. So after 50 minutes, you also got to have circulating water all the time. The pressure's building. So we're talking about at least 1,000 pounds per square inch before it breaks down, so to speak. It's the stupidest technology.
There are large tanks on site, and the site would be connected to municipal water suppliers.
Yeah, it runs on external powering. Every nuclear plant is dependent upon gas, oil, and coal plants, typically coal because it's cheaper. When the generators kick on, they're meant as a last desperate effort to contain the reactors, not the fuel pools. They need to circulate the water and add water constantly, and it's a special type of water. It's not like water. And so a lot of the salt water they were spraying was because they want you to think that they were trying to control something when it didn't even exist anymore. Those people were firemen and people like that had no understanding of the nuclear, and so they thought they were doing something. They weren't. They were fodder for the nuclear industry. The reactors melt down, start melting. Fuel pools start becoming critical after about 12, 14 hours of no water. Once the first one blows up, you can never get near the other reactors. They have to melt down. But non-circulation means they're going to melt down. So they're dependent, by the way, on 2 external power supplies, gas and coal. So take 2 massive gas plants, oil and coal plants, massive ones, not small ones, because you need 4,500 tons a minute of water, 1 million gallons a minute for each reactor. A garden hose is about 120 tons a day, 3/8-inch garden hose. So they need an unprecedented amount of water. Reactors are about the fuel cycles. Once the fuel goes through the cycle, now it's good for weapons.
Tell us something about possible attempts to find alternative ways of cooling down the reactors.
Hey, genius. So now again, he's talking. He's not an expert in nuclears, right? So he can have plausible deniability. But he shouldn't, like, they had the access to all these nuclear students who should have been asking great questions, not making statements like that. The reactors were already gone, scumbag. I wonder whose lives he destroys every day. That student is now in the academic world. I wonder what kind of inbreed family he came from. See that? Well, this is the official picture of Reactor 4. That was so pretty looking. This is what it actually looks like to your left.
My understanding is on top of what used to be.
And it's hard to appreciate it because when you look at it, when they show you this picture, you're like, that looks pretty good, Dana. They don't show you that at the same time because you're going to call them lawyers, right? And that student would have seen that picture. A student would have seen these reactors detonating. And so you can be sure he's out there murdering somebody at this stage.
The use of seawater for cooling indicates that all freshwater supplies have been lost. There are large tanks on site, and the site
So this is incredibly scripted, eh?
would be connected to municipal water supplies. All of that has been lost, as evidenced by the use of seawater.
Nobody's talking openly. Everybody's talking like a friggin' robot. He said, he acknowledged earlier 3 containments and 3 fuel pools were destroyed. Maybe Reactor 4 too. He actually acknowledged that earlier. And none of the audience called him on it and said, well, if they're destroyed, then does this happen? Is this applicable? How much radioactive fallout are we looking for the other side of the planet?
The use of seawater will ensure that the plants cannot be used again in the future, but it also introduces complications because if you're in a boiling situation, you'll have a lot of salt crystallization, and you would expect after a period of time, you'd start to jam up valves and the like with salt crystals. So it's an indication of being in a really
like if you got 1,000 pounds per square inch reactors, how are you going to spray salt water in the reactor? Are you going to add that? What kind of pump are you going to use that's over 1,000 pounds per square inch? You can pretend that the tsunami didn't run through this, so you can pretend that reactor cores didn't fall all over the site from 8 reactor cores in each fuel pool. Look at the site here. Does anything look? And I've done presentations recently on 736 pictures that were mysteriously released, and they were from a drone, right? And then you have to zoom in, and then all of these were redacted. I've done another 6 presentations on 1,900 pictures they released multiple times over the years, by the way. When a tsunami runs through your site, it's pretty safe to say that you're at your oh shit moment. When you see reactors do that, when you see this picture, like these experts seeing this, they knew any of them detonating meant you can't get back anywhere near it. So there's no way to mitigate. Everything was going to melt down. I just want to reinforce how dishonest these people really are.
Our situation with very poor alternatives. I would assume that the authorities are thinking about stabilization of the site, which will be a concern, even if we're lucky and
like how? What do you mean if we're lucky? There's zilch possibility he didn't see that. It's 0 possibility he didn't see reactor 1 explosion, reactor 3 explosion. It's 0 possibility any of them didn't appreciate the enormity of what was happening, and then structured a so-called forum with a seated audience to give the illusions, I guess, for journalists that were going to use this to bludgeon any kind of dissenting voices. And now we don't have a future. Now everybody's future is compromised, including every species. And the research expeditions I showed you earlier, ignoring that, taking that out of the equation, still doesn't change the fact of what I'm showing you now. And these are the experts. And so when they say, if this happens or that happened, then it's already happened, And these are the shakers and movers, the best of the best, the elitists of the elitists. These are always the same people now have compromised everybody's future because they didn't bring any urgency to the conversation. Everybody's literally dearly got a stick up their behind.
A big release occurs. Stabilization will be a
to move
challenge
left or
for
right.
weeks and months to come, and that will require, among other things, bringing in barges because the transport infrastructure is damaged, so barges will need to come in.
Like, you can't bring barges in to a no-go zone. Genius. And you seen that picture, you know the reactor cores were all over that site, and if you didn't, well, you know, during the explosions, there's no one. Barges means you can't go back. Barges don't resolve any of these issues. By the way, the infrastructure will be repaired long before that stuff disappears. Well, there'll be nobody on the planet before that stuff finally goes away. Why did you got to lie in every sentence so many times? That's the
Carrying
problem.
fresh water and heavy equipment.
By sea, you mean?
Yes.
Fresh water and heavy equipment. Reactors need 1 million gallons a minute, 4,500 tons a minute. Do you got any idea how much we're talking about? Let's look at Hanford for 1 second. Hanford, during the Manhattan Project, because all rules were off the table, as they still are apparently, Hanford dumped 450 billion gallons of toxic sludge from the chain reaction, the stuff that's splitting atoms, into the soil. It's splitting atoms forever, by the way. And the amount still doesn't seem to get it. When I say it, I do it all the time in my personal life where I'll bring that conversation up. I just done recently after getting my hair cut, actually. And he brought up something, and he brought, what did I do? And I said, well, you probably don't want to know. He said, sure, it's a barber shop. I said, I know. I said, you ever heard of Chernobyl? He said, yeah, sure. I said, well, 450 billion gallons of sludge was nuclear waste, splitting atoms waste, was dumped into 41 miles of trenches, on-line trenches, right by the Columbia River. It doesn't mean nothing to them. I said, do you want a comparison of what that means? He said, sure, because he said, why not, right? Kind of clipping at my hair. There's other people sitting around, right? Well, that's equal to an aquarium 6 feet wide. But he said, that, I knew he was paying attention because he said, that's a big aquarium, 6 feet wide. I said, yeah, it is so. I said, imagine it's 518 feet tall, 52 stories tall. He said, that's a long way up in the air. And I said, wrapped around the entire planet. And I hear a guy 4 or 5 seats away from me, he'd like, you can tell that he was paying attention. And that's what we're talking about at Hanford, where they dumped directly into the soil. They say, oh, everything fits in a swimming pool. They actually made enough that you can have a wall of toxic, like just a single atom is 2 billion times more toxic than industrial poison. You can have, I can't possibly do a mathematical equation to articulate it outside of the fact that we're talking about a 6 foot wide aquarium, 518 feet tall, wrapped around the entire planet more than once from just a single event in this nuclear industry. Russia, the Soviet Union, has 18,000 dumps in the Arctic Ocean, including freighters loaded with fuel pools, scuttled, submarine stuffed with reactor cores, scuttled, sank. It's unbelievable, this industry. It's never been held accountable, and so they're so arrogant at that stage, knowing they're never going to be held accountable, and they're right too. They're 100% right. I'm the only person to ever come out and challenge a single lie, let alone the entire video. And for that dubious work, I get 13 people on my show, 17 likes, 16 on my poll. And how long have I been streaming for? Oh, wow, 3 hours and 15 minutes. The show I do 5 days a week, censored right off YouTube altogether. Something else in it. Let's keep it rolling. Scumbags don't take time off. Why should we? We're only down to... we still got 12 minutes to get through. I think there's a few minutes at the end of it. Doesn't matter. We'll see.
Carrying fresh water
more
and
than another
heavy
hour, I'm
equipment.
sure.
By sea, you.
If they didn't lie so much, we'd be done a long time ago. Right? The original video is an hour long. MIT's video took me 3 hours plus to get through the lies.
Yes. And I hope that thought is being carrying fresh water and heavy equipment.
By
and
sea, you.
Barges.
Yes.
Yeah, because barges don't fly, genius.
And I hope that
sorry.
thought is being given to that phase.
Could I just follow up? Because I think it's a very, very good question.
Why don't barges have wings? That's what she's going to say, right?
We hear on the news that perhaps there should be, a fire hose on a big ladder brought close to pour seawater in or through a breach in the
where you ejected the reactor core right into the building. I guess that's why she got the job. Take some guts to lie like that, eh? Like when you seen that picture back then, every academic on that stage would have said there's no bringing ladders or fire trucks anywhere near that sucker. There's lethal doses everywhere. Electronics don't even work in that environment. And that was on one side. On the other side was reactor 1 doing the same thing. So some difference in the explosion. That's a normal disease factory / nuclear power plant. This is a plutonium mixed oxide reactor. I can't tell the difference. Can you tell the difference? The isotopes are just as volatile in comparison. And the isotopes from a normal nuclear fuel pool, which are typically surrounded by farms as far as you can see, even by satellite, the emissions are 2 billion times more toxic than industrial poison.
Internal containment wall.
And you know what? They lie like this because everybody else does too, see? It's normal. It's acceptable. You're expected. That's what's expected. If you are a professor at any of the major shakers, any other institutions, universities, you are expected to lie. And so are your graduate students and everybody else.
And then a comment, well, that won't be enough water to deal with the heat inside.
Like they need 1 million gallons a minute anyway, but you can't. So she structured it that way because it seems plausible, right? Oh, well, there's not enough water. Hey, dude, your organs melt from 1,000 feet away from that reactor. When
and you know well at Chernobyl, the helicopter pilots that came in and that deposited the heavy materials to try to put down that fire, which was a very different kind of event than what we're looking at now. But still, there were helicopters, and the pilots all died from
radiation. There were over 600 of them. Within a couple of weeks, they had all died. They have graveyards of helicopters and tanks that they were using. Some of them, the helicopters, brand new, were only used for like 2 hours or something, and then they were landed into a field where they had to run away and leave them behind if they survived that. Some of the helicopters and pilots fell directly down into reactor 4, and Chernobyl is like a paper towel compared to Fukushima. And Chernobyl is not a paper towel. It was brutal on the entire planet. But it's like a paper towel compared to Fukushima. Fukushima was 36 massive reactor cores of pure uranium, pure plutonium. 9 reactor cores were in a plutonium mixed oxide reactor building.
Radiation exposure. Here's a decision question. What would you do if you were in charge of what must happen? And what do you mean by stabilization?
You can't do nothing because everybody knew on the 15th that's a no-go zone for many, many years. The good intentions, stoic, brave, whatever, is not going to protect your organs from melting down immediately.
Let me answer
That's where the meltdown comes from.
the
Actually,
stabilization
your organs
question
melt
first.
down.
That's keeping the cores and the spent fuel pools filled with water and keeping that water cooled.
Again, right? There is no reactor cores, there is no fuel pools. And just because we got hindsight, that doesn't matter. He knew right away the reactor cores were gone. He knew right away, without exception, they weren't there. And this was validated, of course, to everybody else in 2013 with these two pictures. Right away, now the food wasn't banned worldwide by 55 countries right away. It was quite a few months before they put that. They shipped out the most radioactive food everywhere. Have you seen a massive increase in Down syndrome and autism? That's the first studies they done worldwide. How about Alzheimer's and dementia? Have you seen a massive increase post-Fukushima, that stuff? Do you got any idea how this industry, how evil every facet of the industry is? It's
For the months and years during which cleanup will require.
How much cleanup? Cleanup. Way to go, Gordo.
And
Figures.
in a stable situation, you will not be relying upon skid-mounted diesel pumps and fire hoses drawing from the ocean. That's kind of be at most a very short-term.
Well, no, that's long-term. You can't change. You got a nuclear meltdown. Everything was gone by day 6. But the day they done that video, it was all gone. Yeah, there's like some China syndrome at reactor 1, some at reactor 2. Reactor 3 and 4 were ejected right out of the buildings for the major inventories, the fuel pools. Reactor 1, 3, and 4. Reactor 2 burned constantly for days as it went China syndrome. It went very quick. That's why the building stayed intact. Per se, right, by looking. Reactor 3 and 4 and Reactor 1 lost their inventories lickety-split in a steam excursion, I would imagine.
Solutions, very problematic, as I described earlier.
Thank you very much.
That's the stabilization challenge.
Gordo.
The on-site emergency response challenge.
Stabilization. There's nothing there to stabilize. Let me do that again.
Solutions, very problematic, as I described earlier.
You can't stay awake.
So that's the stabilization challenge. The on-site emergency response challenge.
He's having a hard time keeping I guess he partied it up after. What are you going to do on site after that? After non-reactor cores get tossed a mile up in the air, and when that comes straight back down, it's on fire. Do you got any idea what kind of hell we're actually talking about? What kind of madness we're actually talking about? Your organs melt right away no matter where you go. You ain't doing jack shit. And Gordo knew that.
Is to
right, Gordo?
take actions that involve very high worker exposure. And often they're ad hoc.
Lethal dose is 10 kilometers away. But ground zero, don't forget to wash your hands before pizza.
They're jury-rigged solutions made up on the spot.
There is no jury-rigged solution made up on the spot. Stop lying multiple times a sentence. It's torture. Just remind you, though, everything was ejected out of the buildings. There's nothing you can do. I apologize because I get a little upset, emotional. I don't like these people, non-emotional. I have no emotions. The left hand goes over the right hand. The giggity pin goes left. The negative pin goes right. Oh, not allowed to shake my shoulders. Everything is okay. Mm-hmm. All right. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Proceed.
Really, if you have fire trucks and skid-mounted diesel pumps and hoses, you're in an...
Fire trucks and skid-mounted diesel pumps. That's simply not true. That's not true. My big dream today is to get 20 thumbs up before I get to 4 hours. Like a dream come true. I know, Dana, that's crazy talk, Dana. If I was wrapping shit on a stick for fertilizer, 30,000 people would be here yucking it up. But I knew when Calm Down Charlie called in at the beginning there, censorship was going to be pretty friggin' rude. I just don't care.
Operating environment that was never contemplated. There was never any rehearsal for it. I do not know.
An operating environment / nuclear wasteland. I play that again. Take it away, Gordo, one more time. Oop. That's okay.
Clearly, if you have fire trucks and skid-mounted diesel pumps and...
In a nuclear wasteland where your organs melt right away. Helicopters couldn't go near it to drop water on it, but they're dropping off skid-mount generators, are they?
And hoses.
And hoses, I'm sorry, I forgot that part. It's like pissing on them at that stage. They're already gone.
You're in an operating environment that was never contemplated. There was never any rehearsal for it. I do not know the...
They had a new Fukushima 50 every day for the first year. Dead man tells no tales.
Practice, or the regulatory practice in Japan. In the United States...
the rubber stamp brigade.
There is a provision for worker exposure up to 25 rem in emergency and 75 rem to conduct life-saving activity.
Leave no man behind in a nuclear wasteland, is it? So what that was all about is they're not going in, your children are. So if they get a lethal dose, it doesn't matter, as long as the nuclear industry doesn't get a black eye. Because leaving a dead body in a nuclear wasteland is a no-no for the nuclear industry, right? Because people will start putting 2 and 2 together, so it's okay to sacrifice. Make sure you got lots of homeless on site somewhere so you can send them in. No, it was totally legal. The government said I could do it.
In an emergency.
Nazis.
It's quite a substantial dose, a 75 rem dose. It's not yet in the fatal range, but you could expect morbidity and life shortening.
You can expect immediate debilitating illnesses and diseases. Your immune system is compromised on top of everything else. Your body has damaged all the organs.
But that is a provision in U.S. regulations.
That you can sacrifice homeless.
Typically volunteers would be requested for that.
Send us people who don't mind dying. Come on, George, you're almost retired. You can go in there.
Function.
The older people are worth nothing mode. Can't we send in old people? People who worked all their fucking life. I say that because I've seen them talk like that.
Thank you. Okay. Yes?
I think Gord just pooped in his pants or something too. Look, you're not very comfortable in that chair. He should change his diaper.
Hi, my name is Aya Yamamoto, and I'm a first-year master's student in EPI.
So happy. Let me turn the volume up on her for a second.
Hi, my name is Aya Yamamoto, and I'm a first-year master's student in EPI. And my question is, if in an emergency situation in which the radiation levels become harmful to humans, is the current communication infrastructure in Japan sufficient to reach the citizens in proximity to the power plant?
I can answer that one for you. I got stories from that time zone. There was 500 major hospitals worldwide had set up radiation trauma units. So that will give you some insight. I mean, you can check the email links I got below to the Nuclear Regulatory Commission from Freedom Information. There's 4.3 million emails, so there wasn't nothing significant going on to create 4.3 million emails, was it? One of them, and we get the headlines of the actual stories from France 24 and many other, of them saying they had over 500 hospitals worldwide with radiation trauma units for the victims of the nuclear wasteland. And nuclear is like, stop, don't print anything like that ever again. They can get sick and die as long as the nuclear industry doesn't get a black eye.
Excellent question.
Look at a huge audience they got there. And they only got a couple more people in the audience and they gone through everybody. Everybody got their perfect question, you know.
Professor Reich, communication system.
Ew, not another professor. It's like cooties, eh? Whenever I hear, like, I can show you my folders on professors and doctors. Holy shit, man. Like, if you had any idea what Harvard and Yale and Stanford and Oxford professors have been accused of and guilty of, found guilty of, and doctors, you wouldn't trust very many doctors ever again. I'm not saying they're all bad, but I'm just saying.
The short answer is, I have no idea.
Oh, that's convenient. Does Japan have radiation mitigating abilities?
Typically what would happen is there would be trucks driving around with loudspeakers on them. And so then the question is, well, how much has the roads been damaged? And either by the earthquake or by the water damage.
Slash tsunami. Slash the biggest earthquake they've had.
Then you get to, well, is there electricity and can people listen to radios?
There's 4 million people without power, and the radio was going to tell you propaganda.
Or can you get to, or internet is not working well in those areas. So it is a real problem if you have people diffuse in their own homes, as opposed to if they're in specific centers. That makes the communication somewhat easier.
Dr. VanRooyen, in part based on your experience in many settings, I'm thinking about Hurricane Katrina. What are some of the problems in big shelters, and what are the public health and medical needs that need to be met?
If you're within 10 kilometers, your lethal dose is all over the place. That's going to exasperate the amount of people in critical condition at these. These are insane. You got all these people pushed together in this little tiny area. They don't have sewage. They don't have water. They don't have shower facilities. They have radioactive fallout. They're lying down and sleeping on the floor with most of the radioactive fallout. They're bringing radiation with them. They're buried. They're covered. Some of them, the majority of them, are going to be covered in radiation.
If the government were going to congregate people into shelters for a variety of reasons.
Contaminated
and
people.
I might ask Dr. Nagata to talk about the problems he saw in the shelters after Dr. VanRooyen talks.
He was traumatized, eh?
And I'll be brief because I'd be interested also in Dr. Nagata's assessment. I will say only that shelters can be extremely useful to gather people for the distribution of goods and services and to provide temporary housing. They are a transient solution at best, and they're not designed to keep people for any significant amount of time. I think that there are many problems then with shelter existence, both the issues related to psychological disruption of social fabric, as well as simply exposure to infectious diseases and others. Now, I don't anticipate that would be a significant problem in Japan. I think that collecting people in shelters is initially comforting and then ultimately pretty disruptive.
They're covered in radioactive fallout, right? So when they're together like that, you get a bigger dose. You got full body X-rays throughout the whole shelter, and the radiation from their clothing and their hair and everything is going to become airborne, where all the children and everybody's lying down is going to be just a catastrophic poison zone. Because this is not like Katrina. This is not like a dam breaking. This is nuclear radioactive meltdowns and falls out. And you had lethal airborne plumes at 10 kilometers minimum distance and fallout left over after the plume so-called passed through. It left a plume all over. It coated everything, basically.
And so I would be interested in see what Takashi says about that.
Takashi, could you say briefly, because we're nearing the end of our time, but could you say something about some of the patients you saw or some of the problems around medical supplies? I know you in the shelters.
Yes, the people I saw in the shelters, about 30% of the people in the shelters are older people who do not have medical supply. The medication is it's the medication for hypertension, diabetes, or other chronic disease. And when I visited the shelter, a lot of people became panicked because they have no more medication, or she or he did not take medication for in the last 2 or 3 days. In the so I think it's medical supply for older people is also critical in the medical support in shelters in the industrialized country like Japan. Thank you.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Perhaps we have one last question. Do we have time? Or are we at a place? One more minute?
A couple minutes. This is again from an online person who's viewing us right now. Asks about
person. She set up the forum. Bless her heart. What kind of symbolism is in that scarf she got around her neck? She set up the forum. I wonder who I don't understand. Well, she's talking like she framed it as if this was a random question. Let's see what she got. Maybe it is.
About the increasing,
It could happen. I'm not saying it is, but it could be a random question.
Just been talking about it, the increasing medical needs that are anticipated. But I would add that these people who are in need, as we've heard, of food, shelter, water, this is a critical situation for them. How many more days or weeks can a population go without these necessary supports and not get sick and not expire?
Setting up the stage, because she knows everybody in that area is going to be big, because they're expecting deaths, right? They're expecting people dropping dead randomly, and they were already, like, that's what I'm saying. And after this, there's a ton of stories where they framed a narrative where what was to be expected. People are stressed out, they're evacuating. A lot of people died. That's because they were stressed out. And that would show up in reference in all kinds of different paragraphs. Well, remember, there's a lot of people died from stress. So they kept reinforcing that particular narrative, and you're not allowed to debate it for the most part. So let's say PSYOP. When you can't debate it, then you're dealing with a PSYOP. This is one big PSYOP. All they got to do is cut everybody's throat and they get a nice swimming pool for their back garden.
It's a very good question. And you heard, I think, in Dr. Nagata's discussion of Iwaki City, that he had to leave because he was so alarmed about the shortage of supplies. And he went to Tokyo to raise the alert in a press conference with the Japanese Medical Association in order to get the government to begin to bring supplies, including medical care, up to this city of 500,000 people almost.
Which is that Iwaki City? Because the way he says it is really hard. Iwaki was abandoned for many years after, right?
Which is swollen because of the evacuees from the disaster area. So
we only got 4 minutes left, but who freaking knows how long it's going to take us to get through that?
So,
if they didn't lie so constant.
This question about how long people can hold out. Mike, what's your sense? I know it depends on what their supplies are to begin with, but what's your sense about these large congregations of populations that so far have not been reached by much in the way of humanitarian relief.
They didn't go to these places because they were brutal nuclear wastelands. And we've done detailed videos on that. I'm not going to try to dig it up right now because we've been at this a while.
Right. Well, I think the basic necessities emerge, so that it'll be, of course, absolutely essential to have water and food, and particularly for families that are displaced. And a big concern that anyone that has a grandparent or a parent, anyone that has a child or a family to look after, will be just basic necessities. So access to water, access to appropriate food for your families. When we say access to water, it's important to consider sanitation as well. So access not only to water for drinking, but for cleaning, for bathing, and for cooking, for example, if that can be the case. I think Dr. Nagata's had a great point, and I think put it extremely well, and I won't reiterate, except to say that the issues around access to medications or health services for elderly, then after the basic necessities are provided, emerge as a very important feature. As to how long, I think it really has to do with, people can last for days or even, weeks if they have basic provisions. But I think after, a week or after 2 weeks, people will expect that some resolution is occurring, I think.
So outside sense of the kind of privations people can endure in these settings where there are many survivors, but the relief hasn't come yet, would be about somewhere in the order of a week, 2 weeks. They've already done a lot of forest.
Now that would be in normal circumstances. They couldn't even recover bodies for months in some of the nuclear wasteland areas. But keeping them in a nuclear wasteland, they should have all been evacuated 1,000 miles away.
We know that. So the clock is ticking. Michael, would you like to sort of sum it up for us before we bring the...
Yeah, because, can't take your time and tell a story. It's very coordinated, right? Everybody played their part. The whole construct, the framing of the whole narrative was really an incredible public relation coup, I bet.
Wonderful forum to a close, and thank you to the panel's members and to the audience for this.
They're not an audience, though. They're all there to play a part. Did the International Atomic Energy Agency, because they're very anal about control of narratives, right?
Discussion, but what I'd like to do is see if Michael would like to give us a couple of closing thoughts, and then.
Holy shit! Look at that. Watch. I got 20 thumbs up. In your face, censors. In your face. In your face, dog.
We will bring this to a close.
So I think the closing message is that this is a terrible set of tragedies that would challenge any government and any people in the world.
They got nothing to worry about as long as they got you on their side. Loser. Traitor. How do we get these people to get their degrees taken away from them?
And to the people of Japan and to the government of Japan, we really send our deeply heartfelt sympathy.
And what heartfelt where you lied about every facet of what's happened? Casey's wife's watching, and she's like, my husband's such a great guy.
Sympathy to everything that is going on there. And at the same time, we are here ready to provide whatever assistance might be asked for. And that's at the technical level, at the social level.
My volume is too high or too low? That's just for that part of the video, was it? Well, my volume is too low. That's because I'm farting a lot. I didn't want that to take away from the story.
At the personal level. I think
I've been eating beans for a week and a half, right?
it requires the Japanese to figure out how we can best assist them.
The criminal empire itself. Wait till the Japs tell us what we're allowed to do.
In confronting this terribly
He should be down there. He's pretty stoic.
complex, multiple set of crises and tragedies that around the world is making everyone feel like, I wish there was something I could do.
But not you. Unless you come out and line about every facet of it is somehow helping. The nuclear industry. Nobody else.
So thank you, Michael. I think that expresses the feelings of all of us in this room. So thank you again for being here with us. And we will be following this disaster very closely.
Yeah, I'm
and
sure you are. Very closely. Oh, so closely. Oh, so very closely. Closely. Not close enough that you didn't include those pictures. Or those pictures. What for is that? How come you didn't include those pictures? Why didn't you show us a couple of models? You're MIT. And you were clearly using a TriCaster, so you could have. And when you brought a genius in on the TV camera with the wicked audio, who's that old hag who formed it all? You should take that microphone, shove it up her friggin'...
expertise of the School of Public Health and students and friends and colleagues stands ready. Thank you.
Stand ready to destroy every man, woman, and child in your country and every species on the planet, because that's what we're paid for. Oh, 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 oh. You know.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, everybody. Ha ha! When I grow up, I want to be a scumbag just like them. Thank you very much, scumbag. And scumbags. Oh, and don't forget scumbag. I'm sure the people of Japan appreciate your cowardness and your inability to be a human. That's just the way it is. I take this off my head for a second. Ow! I hate having a headphone on. Makes my eyebrows stick up in the air right from all the electronics. 865,000 extra cancers in the first year. Had nothing to do with Fukushima, Dana. Oh, I know. But besides, not everybody had health care. Not everybody was diagnosed. Cancer is typically latent, so if you got 865,000 in the first year, heaven help us. We're not scumbags, they said. We're just like everybody else in the nuclear industry. You don't have to like us. We're not here for you to like. Japan unveiled a plan to develop massive government backup city 300 miles west of Tokyo. Because everything was just fine. Room for 200,000 staff on top of it. 300,000 atoms per square meter. You can't have a Becquerel without an atom to pulse energy, right? Tokyo, before the end of March, only included iodine-131. It was 10 times more iodine-132, 30 times more iodine-133, 31 times more iodine-129 for every iodine-131. And the iodine-132 and 133 iodines are 9 times more effective than the iodine-131 is, which is unbelievably effective. Bang! That's why I don't keep sharp objects on my desk, because I would have stabbed myself in the eyes that time. Because there's so much of this material that I could actually see it when I close my eyes and when I think. I've covered it for so much for so long. It's like a curse. It's like a curse. Like me, I'm a curse. Right, calm down, Charlie. Imagine how well the nuclear industry would be doing if we didn't pick on them all the time. That's what you got to ask yourself. We're the only checks and balances this planet has ever seen on top of that. like the little handful of people like myself and the people that support us and watch us. Without us, this industry would have been completely... I mean, they got the same gigawatts now as you did in the early 90s, so there's no nuclear renaissance. But we made sure 5 days a week, typically, to come out and curb stomp the nuclear industry's integrity. Hence the Japanese... frightening, just terrifying what the Japs are doing to me with Operation Long Jump. Operation Long Jump. Shall I play one of those clips? Let's play one of those clips for a bit of fun. It's too early. We've only been streaming for a little while. Well, you might be lucky. I might not be able to find it. I might not be able to find it. It'll take me a second. Hang on. Usually I got to put it as calm down, or calm, C-A-L-M. Come on, baby. Oh, it's frozen up that time. Here we go. No, that's the songs from James. That's a tight second. Calm down, Charlie. Trolls me. Is that the whole thing, I wonder? Let me see. Yeah, that's the whole show. Right now. I already got it chopped out there somewhere. I just don't know where I put it. Off the top of my head. That I can get access to it. Tokyo Rose's grandson. Just give me 1 second. Ooh, yeah. Where else would I put that? I wonder. Up here, calm down. Japan Troll, is that how I listed that? Maybe, I can't remember. That might be a good thing too. And because I got so many hard drives, because I've been at this for so many years. Oh, nice. Calm down. Let me try this the short way this time. No. Oh, Stalker. That's where I put him. Tokyo Stalker. Ooh. Have I got anything that's chopped up is the question. Oh, there we go. Yeah, let's play that while we're here. How could that go wrong? I can be a little bit naughty, and I apologize sometimes. Calm down, Charlie's called me several thousand times during live shows. Nebraska. Hello. Hello. Hang on, Charlie.
You little coward.
Calm down, Charlie. Hey, Charlie, how you doing?
Why you block my number, you coward?
I'm tired of you stalking me. You stalking me, you sucker.
Scammer.
What do you mean, scammer? What do you mean, scammer, though?
Yeah.
What do you mean? What am I scamming you? How am I scamming?
Fake expedition. We know all about your fake.
How am I scamming?
We know all about the dredge.
How am I scamming?
We know all about you, you filthy lying scammer.
How am I scamming, though? Tell us all how I'm scamming there, scumbag. Come on, Charlie.
Area knows Fukushima. Fukushima, not what you say it is.
What do I say it is?
You're a scammer.
But what do you mean, though?
Why don't you get a proper job?
I got a proper job. I'm retired.
We know all about your fake expedition.
What do you mean, my fake expeditions?
You filthy scammer.
What do you mean?
Laughing?
But what do you mean,
what
scamming?
A sick bastard. I feel sorry for all
Stop
people
swearing.
who scam over
I'm
here.
going to hang up on you. Keep swearing. That's the wrong one. This is a better one. Are fusion and small modular reactors deployed to prop up a dying nuclear industry full of degenerate human hate and scum? This is where he threatens me with Operation Long Jump. And like, that's what they are. They're human-hating scum. So Ralphio Grossi, who's a despicable, disgusting, parasitic human, who says that these reactors didn't blow up. That's Ralphio Grossi. They didn't look He at went there, allegedly, and we covered that last year, and he made the claim nothing got out of the buildings. He certified the media's assertions, who the media used him as the arbiter of facts, that nothing got out of Fukushima. Illinois is calling in. Hello, Illinois.
Hello, how are you?
What do you want, scumbag?
Operation Long Jump in full swing, and we have big announcement.
Yeah?
Your science advisor and friend of Tokyo Bureau.
Stinkfoot. Hang on here. Operation Long Jump is in full swing. Let's do that again.
How are you?
What do you want, scumbag?
Operation Long Jump in full swing.
Long Jump. Operation Long Jump is in full swing. Let's do that one more time. I'll get out of the way. Shut up. This is a threat, eh? From the Japanese government that they're gonna wreck me. And they did. Big.
Operation Long Jump in full swing, and we have big announcement.
Yeah?
Your science advisor and friend of Tokyo Bureau, Thunderfoot.
Oh, Stinkfoot.
He know all about you. He know all about you, Mr. Diner.
You mean Stinkfoot? I know all about Stinkfoot. We know all about Stinkfoot.
Man.
We know all.
Dummy.
I'm done, am I? Have you seen how done I am? I got 28 people on my show. Why are you worried about me?
I'm not worried about you. You should be worried about us.
Why am I? Why are you threatening me?
This is no threat, Mr. Diner.
Well,
Your
that's
stupidity is coming to an end.
That's what you just. That's what you just done. You threatened me.
No, Mr. Diner.
What's your name?
Friendly warning.
What's your name?
Yoshida Mashada.
You're
Tokyo Bureau. Chicago Division.
How do you spell your name?
How you spell your name? Huh?
I put it on the screen every day, stupid. Because people want to know.
Why you ask stupid question? Anyway, I just come here quickly to
Stupid question for a stupid name.
Thunderfoot.
Stunfoot.
He's a friend of Tokyo Bureau.
Stunfoot. Stinkfoot.
You're in deep trouble. Deep trouble, Mr. Diner, so I'll leave you to worry about.
No, don't go anywhere. I know if you leave here, you're going to go molest your puppies. I'd rather keep you here than molesting your puppies.
Bastard, you sick bastard scammer.
Okay, scumbag. Anything else?
Operation Long Jump is go. Welcome, Thunderfoot.
Welcome, Stinkfoot. I'll be welcome. I'll be waiting for him. We're looking forward to it. We're not worried about Stinkfoot around here. So how many people think that's the threat? That was the one I was looking for. But I guess at some point I'm going to have to stop. So I spent 6 years doing research expeditions, 4 to 5 months a year on the ocean, without coming home. That's why he's calling me a scammer, saying I didn't do it. I provide GPSs the whole time. We're looking at an extinction event because of Harvard, Yale, Stanford, Oxford, MIT. We're going to cover all of them. We covered MIT the last show, Harvard this show, to show you they came out misrepresented every facet of this story. I'm doing this because I have a lot of fun. It's just an amazing, good time. I get a lot of views on these shows too, 20, 30 at a time in a day sometimes. Species to your left are exterminated because the industry has never been held accountable. Had no incentive to be evil. So calm down, Charlie. Is clearly Tokyo, Japan is threatening me, and I feel scared all the time now lately. Because I realize now they've really they destroyed my life. I might have to leave here. I might have to try to raise enough money to get out of here. I don't know where I can go. I'll be safe from this industry, where I can protect myself. But they've actually approached me on my birthday last year when I went out for a dinner. They came out, sat right alongside of me at a table, and then they became very bold with me. These very dangerous people. When I say I'm scared of them, I'm not kidding you. These are very dangerous, very scary people. The species to your left are now exterminated. And so they have a big incentive because they don't want to get blamed for an extinction event like anybody else. But the nuclear industry in its entirety would eventually lead us here because all the fuel pools are hemorrhaging radiation. The fuel pools are hemorrhaging radiation. Can you wrap your mind around that statement? Just bear with me for 1 second. Let me explain it to you before we give it up here. Because for part of this story tonight, that's really important. And I'd be remiss if I didn't include that. Because we talked about it multiple times tonight already. Let me just... wrong one. Wrong keyboard, sorry. Hopefully I get to it. There we go. I think we're lucky. Yep, there we go. So the nuclear industry is, in its entirety, is engineered a certain way. It has all of them have certain attributes, except for a few of them. But the majority, the incredibly vast majority of nuclear plants have a particular engineering facet that you might find interesting, but is actually vital. Why are they growing food around every single nuclear power plant? Why is it always surrounded by farms? And then they'll situate it upstream on big rivers like the Mississippi and stuff, and so which feeds thousands, tens of thousands of farms downstream, and it'll pollute it, and that pollutes the farms. It's another thing, but they're always surrounded by farms is the typical thing. The fuel pools can't contain the radiation. The fuel pools are each reactor core in a fuel pool, and there could be 8 at the top of each of the Fukushima buildings, or 70 similar ones in the United States. And there could be 8 reactor cores. Each reactor core typically powered 1 million homes. So you got 8 million people's worth of energy at the top of a building in a pool that's boiling off 120,000 liters a day, and every single fuel rod is splitting atoms. So you got 40 years of fuel rods splitting atoms. And that fallout is going to land, a lot of the heavy, like massive amount from the fuel pool is going to land in the fuel pools. It covers the whole planet from 400 sites worldwide. But there's 1,000 fuel pools or plus worldwide. They're all surrounded by farms. So they're always shipping the farms out to your supermarkets. That's where you're being poisoned to. And nobody knows where all this stuff is going. We do know that this is an agenda. Right? One of the first criteria for a nuclear power plant, if you're going to build something, is where's your prime farmland? It's the same thing for the entire legacy of the weapons industry, the fuel extraction from plutonium mixed oxide fuel extractions to get their hands on. This is Sellafield, United Kingdom, the 1,000 radioactive buildings. But the emissions, they take fuel from all over that country and all over the world and separate it in a process that is causes mass contamination. And they're between La Hague in France and Sellafield in England and Donerae when it was running in Scotland, they're considered to have contaminated the Antarctic with radioactive fallout in Europe. from the process. Well, why is every one of these facilities surrounded by farms? That's the most chaotic thing conceivable, that they're surrounded by farms as far as you can see. And that's baked into the design of these facilities. And like the industry is not naive. The industry does all kinds of studies, right? So they're definitely studying the food. They know potatoes sucks up radiation. They know foliage is sucking up cesium, strontium, zirconium. They know you can use plants as a monitoring system for radioactive fallout. The foliage uptakes in strawberries is well recognized, and they're only studying gammas for the most part. But some have fruit trees, and they know all of these are going to suck up radiation. So they know that putting nuclear plants in radioactive wastelands is the most easiest way to poison everybody. One more thing before we give it up here tonight. Today is still daytime. I've done the show early because I'm doing much better since I took a big bad tumble there a few days ago. That was a long way to the ground. And I lived there for like 10 minutes, figured I was screwed. So somebody was looking over me. And then over the next few days, what I done was exercise as much. It was a slow go, but I would exercise and get everything working again. From the old days when I used to be in martial arts, you were hurt every day, right? You had bruises from the top of your foot to the bottom, right through your foot from kicking elbows. And because I was coming up, I had a 3rd-degree black belt would beat me up every day. I'm sorry, I was allowed to spar with him. Try sparring with a 3rd-degree black belt in Taekwondo and tell me you're not going to get broken up every day. I was basically a punching bag for that. But I did learn things, right? As every good punching bag would know, right? You do learn shit, right? Eventually, my jump back spinning kicks, my jump back hook kicks. Typically, a hook kick is not considered very good for like an actual fight. Mine were. Well, they were good enough that if you hold up a tennis ball, right, I can hook it out of your full speed, out of your fingers, and not hurt you over and over. That kind of good. That mentality, though, never goes away. This one does. I got to try to figure out why I came here. Here we go. Just bear with me. I got one more picture I want to show. Hang on. Here we go. Maybe I'll get it this time. This video is a caution, that's all, to the world, that we can't go trust in the major shakers and movers. The only interest they have in mind is their own and the industry, and you're going to get sold out. And the effects of that are catastrophic for everything with replicating cells, and we don't have a right. This is not our position, our place, and we don't have a right. I punched in the wrong name, hang on. I know I can go up in my other section and find the pictures I'm looking for, but I'm an idiot, so I want to torture everybody by... Well, if I got to go up, then I got to go up into that section to get that documentation. That's what I'm going to do before it gives up the show. That's what I'm going to do. Then I got to do this the hard way. Fire with me. I'm sorry. Here we go. I'm actually, I do believe, yeah, I'm in the right spot. Wow. This is Sellafield by satellite, England. It used to be called Windscale. Melted down in 1957, a plutonium mixed oxide reactor a breeder reactor for making plutonium for weapons. There's currently 8 million liters a day hemorrhaging into the Atlantic Ocean. It's contaminated all the communities on the ocean along those coastlines in Europe. So if you took this picture like this, the same satellite, of any nuclear power plant on the planet, 96 out of 100 will look like this. Do you think that's an accident? And you won't take pictures like this of gas, oil, and coal plants because of the same connotations, because these spots are reserved for nuclear plants. I disrespect the nuclear industry, what they've done to me today, and the threats they're making against my life. I'm not a bad person. And if I didn't do what I'm doing, you wouldn't even have a job. Calm down, Charlie, you piece of shit. Scumbag. I'm the only reason you can do things, go on vacations and spend money like mad that you're making is because your job is to screw me over. Just because your daddy was a coward and his daddy was a coward. I don't come from a line of cowards. But I'm not very healthy, and I disrespect you for threatening my life all the time. Particularly Operation Long Jump. I'm not a bad person for fighting for humanity, boy. All the people that could have, should have, and didn't, wouldn't. I'm ashamed of the academics, and I'm ashamed of the major institutions. I looked up to you when I was growing up. I thought you were good people. And I'm sorry that you're the furthest thing from good people. With a little luck this year, I'm going to be doing more research expeditions on the ocean to document what you got done to us. Because the field studies sometimes is the only comfort I get. And you strangled me in every direction for me to accomplish what needs to be accomplished. Because you're a coward. Like your parents raised you to be. You're just another coward. You never were anything special, and history will forget that you ever existed. And the nuclear industry, if it's still alive in 1,000 years, will curse my name and spit on the ground every time they hear it. Because I destroyed their future too. And so did you by helping me. Bless your hearts. Well, the only thing left to do now is find a song. And tell you the truth, I want to hear the Enrichment Man. Now, James put out a pretty cool video, man, of, let me bring it up for you, of Red Tide Slide. And to me, it represented a mutated world in the ocean, which, I was a commercial diver for years. I was on the ocean my whole childhood. I come from a community with no automobiles. I just love, where 65 people live now, right? And I just love, and I think it was just, it's an absurd work of brilliance. Like, he's produced 300 anti-nuclear videos, but educational. They're almost all of them are in education. Every song is about an education in many ways. Except for that Calm Down Funny Charlie song that he made for me. But the Enrichment Man, I love that kind of music myself, right? I think that reaches the biggest population. I just think it sucks them in and opens them up to watching the other stuff. He's got a lot of songs like that, right? I think that one embodies the ability that, and I was thinking about this, if we had the monetary, we could build a band, and the band could go out and sing a lot of these songs on a tour. Can you imagine the carnage we'd wreck with that? So this is the same song I'm going to play. Gotta try and make my eyeglasses legible for 1 second. And you can't clean your glasses unless you look at them, right? You got to be able to see the smudges, because wiping them is no guarantee you're going to get it off, right? You got it off. You got it extra. Looks like it's doable. We only got a few minutes to go, is it? I've been talking for so long now. It's hard to shut up anymore. Nah, just kidding you. So how is James doing? 871,000. I'm sorry, 8,700 subscribers. It's a big jump in less than 1 year. Producing over 300 anti-nuclear songs in 1 year. I don't know where you put that outside of greatness and perseverance like I've never seen. And detail is absurd. So this song, I'm going to adjust the volume for you. Let me get it, that window open on my side. Because I can control the master volume. I can control individual volumes for each of my windows, for instance. I'm going to just make sure this is in 1080. You should check, his other song is really good too, right? The latest one. But I want to hear this one again. Sorry, James. Just being greedy. Alrighty, there we go. I'm going to adjust the volume on my end. First, I got to get my edited show. Thanks for finding time, the energy, the effort, and the courage to come and listen. Have a great day. See everybody on the next side. Take care.
You said the world needs power. I won't disagree. There's heat in the ground and the wind runs free. You call nuclear the future, but it won't power itself. Nuclear relies on coal more than coal needs itself. You said crypto was coming and demand would explode. That AI would load what the grid couldn't hold. But SMRs stay delayed, no ground ever breaks, and the public pays out while the promise remakes. You said it's the hour, but the plan's still the same. The technology is analog from the Cold War days. There's no place for the waste, and yuccas refused. Vented dry cast containers become the only refuge. You say you lead the charge with a federal hand. Would you vote Price Anderson or stand with the land? You call it advanced, but the cycle's well known. Still chasing a fuel that should have stayed in the stone. They brought in the waste with no warning or word. No records were filed and no voices were heard. The workers got sick, yet their claims were denied. But their jobs paid well, or so at the time. Say the same line again, just a little more vague. Let the cost wash away while the lobbyists wave. It's the same old plan with a new name again. And the public keeps paying again and again. The words that you sign will be printed and praised with a ribbon and stamp on a speech full of praise. This is abundance they'll claim as they lead. But nuclear won't build what the future will need.